You're dancing.
Grooving, huh?
Just grooving over here. Silent dance party is what I do. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Liz. Hello, Voidwalkers.
Welcome, friends.
Once again.
We are
like
we are totally sucking at life right now.
We are the Confabulators.
We're trying way too hard, and it's like the harder we try to get it, the less the worse we do at it.
One day we're just gonna forget. It's gonna happen, and then it's gonna take us a second to realize what we just did.
And then we'll try to replicate, and it will fail.
It'll fail. It'll be the one time, and it'll be over. And the funniest part will be, it'll be something that we accidentally forget to hit record on.
Oh, yep. We will not have saved. It will not exist except in our heads and our memories.
The comedy of errors, if you will.
And how fitting is that for today? Because what are we talking about, Dave?
Today we're talking about comedy and horror.
Sweet. Oh, this is going to be funny. I would like to point out that in looking, because I wanted to be like, I know I've seen other horror comedies. I forgot just how many movies fall into the horror comedy category.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of horror comedy out there.
There is. There really is.
I love it.
It's funny just how close comedy and horror kind of line up.
Yeah.
In fact, if it isn't for context in some of those cases, one could be mistaken for the other.
Yeah, I think some of it, and I know we've talked about it before, of like, it's that element of people coping with tension through laughter, and that's why horror and comedy can bleed together so easily, because the comedy becomes a way of coping with the fear.
Yeah.
So,
to give a quick example of, well, I guess like coping with fear, not the line of, well, I guess it could also be the line of comedy and horror.
It is.
You remember the recent advertisement campaign that the people who made the Final Destination movie did with the big flyer on the back of the
log truck.
Trucks,
I remember seeing the photo of that and just going, "Oh, I'm not sure." I want to know. I wish I could have seen how confused some of the younger folk were by that.
I'm like willing to bet that
most
there's
of
far
them
less of them.
I know, I agree. I think there's far less of them, but let's be real. You know, there's a few out there where that totally did not hit. Just either they weren't exposed to it or they didn't know other people. And then there's the rest of us who are all like, oh, look at that big truck. I'm going to merge over and go around it.
But the flyer or the advertisement on the back of the logging trucks is kind of a symbol of that.
It really is.
Which I will say, I don't think that Final Destination, it took itself too seriously. I don't think it was one of those that was like trying to be super serious horror.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think it was trying to be comedy either. I think it was just trying to do horror with a high concept to it, and then seeing what happens.
Yeah. It's sort of more like it wanted to mess with you a little bit.
A little bit.
You know.
And then after that initial reaction from people being like, holy shit, right? Because when you see that entire sequence of the highway with the logging truck, it's like, what just happened? And the terrifying bit of it, other than like, you know, what happened, is that it could happen.
It could.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, like, you know, like, yeah.
It's one of those things that could happen in real life. Like if a logger's logs start falling, chaos occurs. And that's one way that series of roots of chaos could happen.
Yeah. There's a plausibility to it that you cannot ignore, because we all think it when we get caught. Like when I was still living in Texas, like year I spent in Texas, I'd be driving on 35 and you'd pass like these huge trucks carrying like pieces to windmills and like
Mhm.
other like things, or like they'd have tons of like steel pipes strapped to the back, and like everybody has had that voice in the back of their mind that goes, how can a strap that goes over this and there's nothing blocking them from just sliding out the back, how is that going to hold them in place? Everybody has wondered.
Yeah.
Everybody has wondered. So it's like, we've all had the thought, but now Final Destination's gonna really plant it in your head with a visual to go along with it. And then, I mean, when that specific movie was coming out, before it even came out, I remember the thing I tell people is I'm like, look, the ad campaign, I swear, they made sure that trailer was in every movie theater, in every like actual theater. I remember that was the year that the Two Towers came out, so I was at the movie theaters a lot because I loved Lord of the Rings, and so I was going to see the Two Towers, and I inevitably saw that trailer every single time. Almost every single time I went to the movie theater, that trailer played. And it was like, I don't think they even really bothered much with variations on the trailer. It was just that scene.
Mhm.
And so it was like they drilled it into your head whether or not you had any intention of even seeing the movie. Which is kind of clever because it really is a cultural phenomenon that does not depend on on people having gone to the movie theater. We're all traumatized by that scene.
It's definitely a wild one. And very much like you said, it traumatized a lot of people.
Hmm.
It really sticks with people. And given all the memes that came from it, and then the fact that people can watch it now and like laugh because they're like, look how ridiculous this is, right?
Hmm.
Um, because time has passed and the initial shock of it wore off, and people realize just like how absurd it is and
And yet
how
we all realize that it's changed our behavior a little bit because we still hear that voice, but now we have something that goes with the voice. So it's sort of a funny thing of, wait a minute, that changed my behavior.
I
right.
still avoid those
And
things.
yeah. And it got to the point where with the new Final Destination, which this time is already out,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Weird that they picked June. Um, so it comes out, and their advertisement for it is the logging trucks, and the reminder of that scene in
Yep.
particular. And the fact that people go, oh man, I remember that was like freaky as hell, and then they start laughing about it because it kind of comes not full circle, because if it came full circle it would once again be like holy shit and
Yeah.
horrific and like stun people, right?
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like it's hilarious. Like even before that, I think I mentioned it on the podcast before, but somebody like a long time ago, I forget how far back, but there's a video on YouTube where somebody took the beginning of that scene, and then
Oh,
they layered yakety sax over the entire scene,
yep.
and it's hilarious. It's
And it
absolutely
works.
funny. Yeah, it
It,
works. It really, it's that one tiny change, the music,
yep.
that makes it go from like horrifying at the moment to absolutely bonkers hilarious.
Yeah. Which
Like
goes
it
into what you were saying
is.
about like horror and comedy sometimes blend together to where you get comedy where it wasn't intended, but it still works. Like we were talking about that, and I was thinking of this scene. I always think of the scene in the first Texas Chainsaw when he's chasing her. And again, that scene, I don't think even it has much music score to it, but it's framed
Mhm.
seriously. But it's the same thing. I tested the theory and set that same scene to Benny Hill, and it changes the whole tone of the scene.
Yeah.
And
Or
but it,
oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, it's that element of how you frame this horrific moment, and man, it's
Yeah.
so
Or the scene in Halloween where he goes into where Linda is, PJ Souls' character.
oh yeah, yeah,
Um and he stabs the boyfriend up on the door, and you know, he kind of like tilts his head to kind of admire his work. Which could elicit a chuckle in some people, I'm sure, when this was first released or first out in theaters and whatnot. But then the fact that he goes into her room, and he could have done this just straight up by himself. He goes into her room with a ghost sheet on, like a
little
sheet,
kid in a
sheet.
Halloween costume.
Yeah. He goes in with a bed sheet, little holes cut out, dude's glasses on.
I don't think he even cuts out holes. He just throws a bed sheet with the glasses over it, which makes it even more like he just threw one on.
I don't remember. And I don't want to Mandela this.
The boyfriend had actually, I think, done that to her earlier, so I think he is intentionally trying to impersonate him.
He hadn't.
Oh, he hadn't? I thought he did.
He hadn't. No.
I don't think so.
No, he hadn't done it.
I've
watched it too many times. Yeah, I think he didn't cut holes in it, and he hadn't done it before, but the boyfriend had been just spooky otherwise, I think.
I think we'll have, whatever the image is, we'll have
that will confirm it for us.
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't Mandela the audience. But he goes in and he lets her do her thing, right? Like throw it, insult it at him and stuff like that, because she's like, "Where's my beer?"
Oh my god! And then she's doing a super pouty "Where's my beer?"
Yeah. So then when she gets on the phone and he starts choking her, right? She starts like choking and dying. And the other person, I think it's Lori, who's on the other end, is like, I didn't call to hear your sex sounds.
I was gonna say she has like the sound. She like her response is just so like, Brenda, not again.
Yeah,
like it's sort of those things where you feel like Brenda's done that before.
Well, Brenda,
you're
thinking of Scary Movie.
I'm mixing up. We'll get there. It's
Brenda, the heart and soul of the world. But
no, but I think that character's name is Brenda. TJ Soul's character.
No, I think it's Annie. Linda. It's Annie. Oh,
you're
Linda,
right. It's Linda.
And,
it's Linda. You're right. It's Linda.
Yeah.
It's all these Brenda, Linda, all these that era names.
All these blank names.
Or blank D.
Yeah. But yeah, like he starts strangling her with the phone, and so it sounds like she's dying, but it sounds like sex sounds.
Yep.
Because
as we know from Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, as we all know from Dead by Daylight, especially with Rebecca. If you listen to their agonizing pain sounds, some of them, especially Rebecca, sounds like they are making sex sounds.
Man, Leon's crack me up every time, especially because you get the perk with him where you can like make less noise, but you hear his noise and he's just like, ugh. I'm like, oh my god, Leon.
Yeah. But so between that and the whole like get up that Myers puts on, he's a little prankster. For that, like there's clearly a moment where he displays some sense of humor that he has, despite the fact that he is otherwise a murderous force of nature. And even though I know like the scene with Linda dying is supposed to be like, holy shit, right? The fact that you had that moment where he's dressed up as the ghost, and then like she starts making sex sounds. I mean, she's dying, but like Lori goes, "You're making sex sounds."
Yeah.
It crosses that line from being horrific, which seems to be the timbre of a lot of that movie, into kind of breaking the tone.
It's a little bit like
funny.
It's a little bit, well, and it's very clever. To me, it's very cleverly used because it's one of those things that I think they want it to feel a little bit like, wait, what? Because they want the audience on Laurie's side, even though the audience knows she's being murdered. They kind of want the audience to also have that element of, wait, this is funny. Is this funny? But it's not funny. This guy's being killed. Is Laurie going to get killed next? So I think it's meant to kind of throw you off a little bit as a viewer, because and in some ways heighten the tension because Laurie doesn't realize how dangerous things are getting.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't connected. She still thinks her friends are messing with her.
Yeah. And I agree with you. I think that that's probably the case.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's
I
a
think
good use
that
of comedy to heighten the horror.
Yeah. And I think it's all natural as well. And it's also great because it gives Michael some dynamic character that he might not otherwise have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, it takes Jason Voorhees a little bit of time to get a little dynamic stuff in his bones, right?
Yeah.
Because in the early days, they kind of treat him just kind of a little bit one-note-ish.
Yeah, he's just angry.
Yeah.
Once he actually exists, because remember the first film, he's not even he's assumed dead.
Yeah. It takes one or two films, but he starts having fun with his kills. Like his kills start, but I think his kills kind of lift him. It kind of do some of the lifting for him. Whereas with Myers, you see it in other films as well, that little bit of a prankster note. Like in
like he's a
2018.
Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in 2018, he goes into the bathroom where the one journalist is, and he does this thing where he dumps the others.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. He dumps the teeth.
He didn't have to do that. But
no,
he does it for his own enjoyment and to terrorize before he starts killing.
And it lends the element, because I think 2018, that trilogy that started with that one really explores, actually thematically, really explores fear and what it does to people. So having him be kind of a trickster when it comes to fear, like he's playing with what fear can do to people.
Yeah.
And I mean, because even like, he's considered, the other alternative, like sort of moniker for Michael is the Shape.
Yeah.
The Shape. He's kind of the embodiment of it. But it's like, some of the things he does. Like, I even think of the part in the 2018 one with the kids on the lawn. It's her granddaughter after the really awkward friend-zoned friend tries to be a creeper and she gets mad at him, and rightly so. Because, just because your boyfriend and you are having a rough time does not mean it means you can make a move on the girl that you have a crush on. Let's be real, dude. But even that whole part when she leaves that guy on the lawn that they've been sneaking through, and he's sitting there and he's like, come on, I'm drunk, it's this, and he's sort of whining, and then he looks and the light turns on because the lights are motion censored, and he sees Michael, but he thinks it's the guy who owns the property, and he's like, Mr. I'll get off your lawn, and it like takes him a moment, and as an audience you're sort of sitting there going, oh dude, you're so fucked. And then he dies brutally.
I really like that actor.
He did a good job.
He did such a good job. They brought him back for the second one in that trilogy as the corpse, as his own corpse.
He played his own dead body.
Yeah, he did. But I forget what else he's been in. I'm gonna look.
He's
that
not
up
one
real
I've
quick.
seen a lot, but and the 2018 Halloween, I think, is why I think that is such a stellar movie as a standalone movie, because it once again balances. It takes the horror from the first film, it heightens it, but it still balances with these quirks. And I know we've talked about it before, but like even the babysitter, the moment where we get a babysitter murder, and the fact that, in the midst of this super horrific moment of, she's come in, there's nobody there, and then she opens the closet and he jumps out immediately stabbing her. The kid she's babysitting is like, oh shit, and runs out the door. And you're going, that's funny. This is also terrifying, but that's funny because that kid just did the smartest thing possible.
Yeah.
And then when he's like turning and the boyfriend comes in the house and he's like, no, go up there. And then still runs away. Like, well.
Yeah. It's Drew Scheid is his name.
Interesting.
I got a text from my fiance. Shout out to my fiance.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Voidwalkers joined me in being super excited for Dave.
It just happened this past week, so thank you.
Yay.
But he's been in some other stuff as well. Stranger Things, one called Boy Erased.
Well, now I'm curious, because if he's been in Stranger Things, I'm trying to think who he was in that.
It was like a non-named character.
Okay, so probably like close to
but
background,
he's been in
if not
3
quite.
episodes.
So
he's been back a couple times. He was in Superstore, if you remember that Walmart comedy.
Oh, that show, yeah.
I'm getting more texts. She says hi to everybody. He was in the Purge TV show.
Oh, I still need to see
He was
that.
in Titans. He's been in
Interesting.
NCIS, New Orleans. Like, he's been in some stuff.
He's made the rounds.
Yeah, and that was all before Halloween Kills. And there's stuff that I didn't name.
Dang.
So like he's been doing some stuff.
He's one of those actors that makes the rounds, is dropped in various places, and you're like, oh, hey.
Yeah. He's not getting like super massive like A-lister roles per se, but he's getting good work.
Yeah.
So good on him.
That's the second actor from that particular movie that we have shouted out for being good at their job. Because then there's the kid who's not a kid anymore because it's been 7 years.
Yeah.
So I love it. That movie a good movie.
Yeah. But and then there was one near the end of 2018 where the dad goes outside.
Oh my god!
And he goes to the cop car that's there,
and he's playing with a yo-yo outside.
Yeah, and inside the cop car, he sees like one of the cops are dead, and that dead cop is holding the head of the other dead cop that has a flare in its mouth like a pumpkin.
Oh my gosh!
And
yeah, and that's after those two cops have the most mundane conversation about I forget what type. They're literally comparing notes on the lunches. The other guy's like, it's just a Taiwanese, or Vietnamese version of a sandwich, and I'm totally blanking on what he called it.
It's banh
mi.
That's it.
And he goes, I brought you one. Before. And his friend is like, that sounds disgusting. And then he's like, well, what did you bring for lunch? And the guy opens it up, and it's like one of those stupid, like Hostess brand brownies that has the sprinkles on it. It doesn't, like, you look at them and you go, that looks like we just mushed a bunch of maybe chocolate batter together and sort of cooked it. Like, those things, like, you can taste them when you see them. Every kid has had them at least one point in their life. And the guy holds his lunch up, and the other guy's like, you suck. And the other guy's like, your thing sounds disgusting. And the other guy's like, the pretension, like, there's just even the whole, like, then they're arguing, and then he's like, oh, so-and-so's car's flashing, what's going on? It's so mundane.
Yeah.
As to be almost absurd.
Banh mi is great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, I didn't realize this, but did you realize that PJ Souls is in the 2018 Halloween? She's credited.
No, I didn't.
She's credited as one of the teachers.
Oh. Very nice.
I just noticed that on IMDb. I'm like, wait, PJ Souls.
I'm glad they brought her back, even though
I love that they brought others
Linda,
back.
Of course.
Well, she couldn't really come back as Linda unless we were going to venture into the true ghosty spirits, and they wanted that shit to be specific to Michael. Let's be real. They wanted Michael to be the one that was sort of supernatural.
I know we're starting to get a little off track. So
Halloween can be both scary and funny. Comedy and horror go together.
I'll just throw this question out to you real quick, and then we'll move on. What do you think about Michael being supernatural versus not being supernatural?
I'd have to go back. I will say I need to go back and rewatch Halloween Ends, because it was still kind of new enough to me that I feel like I'd need to digest that again, because that got the furthest into the supernatural element. I do find it to be very intriguing, the element that he seems so tangibly mortal, and that it's just this evil, that I have to admit, like, my response in Halloween Kills, when he suddenly gets back up, when you think that the crowd is finally getting the upper hand, and they literally are, like, hitting him, and, like, it's like he's getting shot, he's getting stabbed, this guy is not going to survive. And then when he stands back up, that to me was an, oh shit. Like, we thought this guy just was really lucky in his survival before, And that, to me, that was well played in terms of bringing in an element of this is something beyond without dwelling on it being beyond. But it also opens up a door of how do you deal with it now in your final sequence, which I think is part of what, among other things, it's probably some of the trouble that Halloween Ends had, because now that you've suddenly brought in a supernatural element of it, like, now that you've kind of brought that back in, because, I mean, even the original Halloween 2 had that in there, because there's the whole point where he walks into the hospital, the cop shoots him, and you think he's dead, and then he sits back up. And we've had a few moments where he sat back up, but only a few that were very overtly he should be dead. Like, even the one in the first movie where, you know, Laurie thinks she's gotten away, like, thinks she's survived, thinks he's okay, and he sits up in the background. You can still kind of, as an audience, write that off of she made a mistake. He wasn't actually dead. She's tense. He wasn't, maybe he's injured, but he's not that injured, or he's still alive. But I don't mind it. I just think sometimes it's been done a little bit better than others, and I thought Halloween Kills played it well. In terms of, that to me was an, oh fuck. This is beyond what they think. And this is horrifying. But yeah, I mean, I'd say otherwise, I'm kind of neither here nor there on it. I do find it hysterical, Halloween Kills' way of determining how they finally beat him. It's kind of comical in its own right, because how do you beat somebody who can keep getting up? Meat grinder.
If I can wait,
or like,
that's Halloween Ends. Halloween Kills,
yeah.
he kind of
ends.
into the sewers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up Kills and Ends because
it's easy to do.
It's easy when it's that difference in a title. It's easy to do. But Kills, I thought, and I know maybe I'm in a minority because a lot of people really didn't like Kills. I enjoyed Kills, but Kills was also the very first Halloween movie I saw. So it has a special place because it actually intrigued me enough to go look at the other Halloween movies. So, and I thought thematically Kills was very interesting. It was trying to do something that maybe didn't land with everybody, but I mean, I liked it, so.
And for me, it's like, you know, it's interesting to me about the supernatural aspect of Michael, because it's like, the movies do ride that line very, like, they thread the needle in that, like, my instinct has always kind of been, there is something supernatural about him from what we have seen in the various films. The way he survives these things, and, like, the sort of, like, not just the way he survives, but the way he homes in on people. It's almost like there's some, like, either he's aware of things, or there's a guiding force about him, but they never make him they don't make him magical, you know what I mean? There's always this.
It's very just like, passively.
It's passively. It's like whatever the supernatural aspect of him is, he is still grounded within, as you mentioned, like the mortality of the world. It's like, is it that Michael is supernatural, or is there something supernatural acting through Michael Myers? It's like,
and that becomes kind of like why he's called the Shape, and they also talk about evil, of it being almost, I think there's some of the films that kind of touch on the idea of being, it's almost like he's a vessel. There's something so dark, that it's more like something else implants it. But again, they don't play up the implantation. It almost plays on what I'd say is a very human fear of nightmare of the enemy that won't die, or the menace that won't die. And I think that's where it plays on it. And that's why it actually works for me, because it's not really doing a lot to try to explain, is it supernatural? Is it ghosts? Is it demons? What is it? It's just playing on something that I feel like everybody has experienced in a nightmare of what happens when he keeps getting up. When your conventional means don't work. You know, kind of like being in a dream and needing to run from something and your legs don't work. You know, or needing to open your eyes and your eyes won't open, or needing to talk. I used to have bad dreams. Like, when I would have bad dreams as a kid, one common reoccurring thing for me was, for whatever reason, trying to apologize to somebody, and I couldn't speak. Now, realistically, part of what I know about that is now as an adult, I realized as an adult, is all those dreams where I was trying to like run and I couldn't run, or trying to open my eyes and I couldn't open my eyes. It's because I actually was physically trying to do that in my sleep.
Yeah.
And so what it manifested in the dream, because I didn't realize I was dreaming, is that I realized later, you had that weird struggle that stuck to you because you physically were trying to say something out loud, but you couldn't because your body was sort of fighting you on it. So,
yeah. And it's like,
but I think it's in that way, I kind of like it. If it's a supernatural that we've all sort of experienced that sense, but it doesn't dwell on it being supernatural.
And in a way as well, like, as we talked about this, like, I'm thinking it's Haddonfield, it's small town, Midwest America, and then this evil emerges from within it. And it's like, in that way, like, the supernatural coding of it, where it's not too overt, but it kind of materializes. We're materializing the supernatural. That's a funny phrase. But materializes the idea, like, I mean, think about, like, stories about, like, tragedies like killers and murders and all this. Like, no one ever saw, like, you always hear the people like, I never saw it coming, I didn't expect it to be him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, in a way, like, as you mentioned, like, Michael representing that evil, and it's like, the evil just comes at times. Like, you don't necessarily see it coming, or, like, society at large doesn't see it coming. Like, those who are maybe closer to the source, they may see the signs and symptoms ahead of time. But overall,
the Dr. Loomis.
The Dr. Loomis, yes, Dr. Loomis knows the evil is here. The evil is coming. No one believes him, though. It's like, that couldn't happen here. We got everything under control. Everything's normal. It's like, no, everything's not normal. That still exists among us. It still, like, it walks among us unseen until it's too late, because we don't take it seriously. We exist in our preconceptions that, like, block it out, and then finally it comes. So, like, that supernatural aspect serves as a materialization of the, I guess, in a way, the phenomena of our own naivete and ignorance, and the way that these things do exist among us. And it's like, we have to find ways to deal with it and live with it and be ready when the time comes to deal.
Yeah. And all that to say that we need to have another discussion about Halloween. I think.
Yes. I don't think we did. I don't think we've done a Halloween specific episode.
But it's on our list. It's on our brainstorm. So I think we've just solidified what one of the near future episodes will be, because I feel like there is a lot that can be said on Halloween specifically. And I'm perfectly content to do that.
Because I haven't said my thoughts on whether he's supernatural or not. So guess what?
Yay!
You're gonna have to wait for that episode.
Gotcha. Dave's hyping it, y'all.
Cliffhanger.
Yep. Schrodinger's opinion. Where will I go? It could be both. It could be one, the other, or neither. You won't know till you listen to the Halloween episode in the future.
And anyways, any excuse to go watch any and all Halloween movies, I can totally live with.
Yeah.
I love that franchise.
I still need to see Kills, and still, I'm
sure. Kills is fun.
Kills is so fun. I watched the director's cut, though. It's funny. I watched the director's cut and was expecting it to be a lot edgier, and it wasn't. I was like, this is just Kills with, like, a couple scenes added.
End had an interesting potential to it, but we'll talk about that later.
Pin in that one, a really big pin. In fact, we're going to put a nice big kitchen cleaver in that one, folks. Yeah. And get back to horror comedy.
That's right. And you know who else is pretty funny for horror comedy? Freddy.
I was gonna say, my first thought was he's either gonna say Freddy or Chucky.
Chucky too, but I think Freddy more so.
Yeah, and Freddy personality wise is very funny.
Well, yes, but then no, in my opinion. Here's why. So in the beginning, at the beginning of the Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm not going to count the show or anything like it, just straight up the movies.
They did a show?
Yes. And Robert Englund think of it kind of like Tales from the Crypt, but a Nightmare on Elm Street, and Freddy was hosting it. I'm
looking
good.
this up later. I'm still looking it up.
Not very good.
I'm still looking it up.
You know what show was good but completely unrelated to its movie spawn-off?
What's that?
Friday the 13th. Absolutely nothing to do with the show. It's like, I am so sorry, folks, for this digression, but like cursed antique store. That I will give you that for now, and I will pitch you two on it later.
Okay. Fantastic.
Okay, but Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy.
Yeah. So Freddy, when he starts out in the beginning, he's funny, but he is doing it to elicit fear,
yes,
and cruelty.
Yeah.
He has certain little, like, not quite puns, but you can tell kind of what we would call dad joke adjacent. Now, back then. And he would do things that he thought was hilarious because it scared the shit out of people, right? Like in the beginning, he would, like, he showed his hand off and he said, "Hey, look at this." He took a claw, went, and then green ooze and maggots started spewing out. He did the classic, like, hands out to the side, long arm Joe, kind of stretch dealy, right?
Yeah.
He dragged one of his victims up along a wall in front of another one, not just to kill the one person, but to scare the hell out of the other one.
Yeah. He loved to. It's basically. He liked to play with his food.
Yeah.
It's very much he's toying with his victims. He's playing, so it's fun to him.
He literally sucked Johnny Depp into a bed and turned his bedroom into a blood geyser.
Oh my gosh. They knew what they were doing with that. Well, even at the end when, you're sort of going, oh, has she escaped? Has she not? And then at the end when the cover comes up on the convertible and it's his sweater.
Yeah.
And it's just like, as a viewer, you're kind of like, I don't know what to take of it, but it's still like, oh my gosh, he's still fucking with you.
Yeah. And I still don't know what to take from that. I don't know whose dream that is.
Yeah.
Because it's not Nancy's. Nancy's still alive. She comes back in the third movie.
Well, yeah, because she comes back but she's been, like, in an asylum, so it's sort of also are we seeing her still caught in the dream, or is now her mind just trapped? Like, is she actually trapped? Or is, like, because I've kind of wondered is this supposed to be, like, a hint to madness now?
I don't think it's any of that. I think she just kind of comes back as somebody who's had experience with this creature. She kind of knows it, but she plays it down low. Mm-hmm. And she tries to help teens who she recognizes similar signs in because she wants to make sure that Freddy stays dead.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember that end sequence in Nightmare. Who, like, I forget if it's right before or right after the convertible, but who was the one that, like, at the end that, like, Freddy drags back in through the door, like the window in the door?
Oh, that's at the end.
Isn't that
after
her
Nancy
mother?
and them drive away, that's her mother.
Okay.
Yeah, because that becomes one of the key elements there of it's the mother gets taken or something.
And that's kind of odd to me. I know we're starting to get heavy into Nightmare. I'll just add this and then I'll continue with my little thing about Nightmare being funny. Just so we can put a pin in Nightmare on Elm Street, because that's a long series too. When he first gets hold of Nancy's mom and he kills her, like, she is a skeletal, ghosty, dead skeleton on a bed that he drags to hell. And then she appears at the very end of the movie, only to be dragged through the tiny door window.
Yeah.
Comically so. Because you can tell it's a doll or a dummy, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's a real effect.
It's a real effect, and hey, budgets were different for some of these films back in the day when they were new.
Long
live
Tokusatsu effects.
Yeah. And to add, the original Nightmare was the thing that launched New Line Cinema and made it a home staple.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as the Nightmare series went on, the jokes started to get less cruel and more goofy. And they started to work less and less because they were just like, okay, Freddy's funny. We got to fit in these jokes somehow. And the people who are writing this aren't comedy writers.
No.
They don't know how to do cruel comedy the way that like the earlier ones did.
It almost becomes comedy for its own sake when, again, and we've talked about how if you're going to put it in the story or in the movie or in the game, it needs to serve the narrative, whether it's serving the setting or the problem or the character. It needs to serve a purpose. And throwing comedy for comedy's sake, when Freddy's comedy has been cruel, has a cruel bend to it, when his comedy is intentional, his comedy is a way of imposing fear by toying with his victims, by making them feel powerless. But comedy for its own sake is like, that's not what he's doing. He has an intention.
And this is my opinion. I know there's probably going to be a lot of people who hate this opinion. That's where I think the Nightmare on Elm Street series kind of falters.
I could see that. Yeah.
The Child's Play series is able to keep going. And I say that because, one, Brad Dourif is also funny.
He is.
Robert Englund is funny. Brad Dourif is also funny.
They both are very skilled actors at lacing comedy with horrific characters.
Yeah. And when Brad Dourif is doing his thing, he knows how to hit those beats really well. He knows how to turn a phrase. I wouldn't be surprised if there's moments where he improv the lines and they were like, that's awesome. That's better than the script.
Yeah.
We're keeping it. Right. But he brings this certain thing out of the character Chucky that he maintains for all the way that like the series kind of like goes down and then kind of comes back up because Jennifer Tilly is awesome. And then kind of like does this like little wavery thing because some of it's kind of little goofy. You start getting real goofy when you're talking about like two dolls having a baby doll.
It gets a little unhinged.
Yeah. And then it grows up and is like this weird, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like this weird British child who you might see in a Charles Dickens novel who's been down and out and just wants a little more porridge. That's kind of the impression I get of.
So it's Oliver Twist child.
Kind of
Nightmare child. Oh my god.
That's my impression of that character.
So Chucky gets unhinged.
Yeah. But the characters themselves, Chucky and Tiffany, don't really lose their ability to be funny while being cruel and tying that into the way that they kill.
Yeah.
Which keeps the tone of the movies consistent, which makes them feel really good in that sense. Whereas I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Whereas like with Nightmare, they start pretty good, in keeping with their tone, but then the jokes get really silly and it messes with the tone and makes it kind of wibble wobble all over the place. You know, like somebody, I know they probably didn't have the time for it because all studios and movies have timelines, but they really needed somebody to go in and be like, I get what you're trying to do here. These jokes aren't going to land.
Yeah.
And here's why. And this is how we fix them.
Yeah. Somebody who can kind of look at the whole impression of the film and say, like, what do you, like, kind of can look at the audience and look at the film and go, this is or isn't going to work for the audience you're intending. And if you're intending it for the audience that came to the first film, you need to think about how you do it.
Yeah. Because I will say, my absolute favorite kill in any horror movie is still from Child's Play 3, when Chucky runs up into the camp counselor's office, like the head counselor, and the guy sees Chucky, and he has a heart attack and dies before Chucky can do anything, and Chucky says, "You gotta be fucking kidding me."
And that's such a Chucky thing, yeah. And now that I've seen, at least I saw the first Child's Play too, and I have to agree, there's a cruelty, and yeah, Dourif does a wonderful job of kind of the absurdity of this character realizing he's like coming to terms with the fact that like sort of going off the deep end. And he wasn't that far from it anyways to begin with. By the way, shout out to, though, then the humorous little, like, one-liner joke they made in The Pit, because Brad Dourif made a guest appearance, because his daughter is one of the regular cast on The Pit. And so there's a moment in the series where suddenly, like, her dad shows up and he walks onto screen, and my first thought is, oh my gosh, that actually is Brad Dourif. And she makes a comment to him of, Dad, don't let, like, regarding her kid, she goes, Dad, don't let him watch any scary movies. Or, like, turns to her kid and goes, no scary movies, with her dad standing around. And I'm sitting there going, oh, that is totally just done for the audiences.
Yeah.
We all know who Brad Dourif is. Also, because she's been involved in some of the horror stuff, I think, in Chucky.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, so that's just my little random aside, but it just, I think of that when I think of Brad Dourif. Just, it's like, oh.
I know that others, like Mark Hamill has done Chucky before. I think that was the show. I don't know how good his performance is in that.
Movie.
Yeah, reboot movie. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know how good his performance is. I don't know how well it will come off. I haven't seen it, so I don't want to disparage Hamill.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard to picture anybody but Dourif doing it.
What I see with Hamill is maybe if you don't, for somebody who doesn't really know Dourif's performance, Hamill's, I imagine, would probably land pretty well, other than, like, writing and everything. But that's just more because as an actor and knowing Hamill's range, and that he has also more than once played kind of deranged trickster killers. And I'm not even just including the Joker. I mean, he was one of the big build-up villains in one of the later seasons of Criminal Minds where they built up to him, and even that character he played was playful, was toying, was being much more, was a menacing also because there was a level of levity in the way that he interacted with everything. So I don't doubt Hamill can carry that same tone very well. The question is, at that point, becomes the writing, how well kind of the movie is conducted around him. And frankly, if especially for people who are more familiar with Chucky from Dourif's portrayal, can you separate the performances? Because there's going to be little differences. But as an actor, I completely trust Hamill to pull it off, just because he's proven that he can pull off similar characters.
So I haven't
whether it's his face or it's his voice.
So I haven't seen the full movie, but I've seen clips of it, including Hamill as I don't know if they call him Chucky in that, or if they just go with Buddy, because weird side tangent about this. Instead of being a possessed regular doll, it's a AI doll. So it's like an AI
like
robot.
Oh.
Yes, it's like, I don't know if this came before Megan or if the reboot was before or after Megan, but
It was a little bit before, but not by much, I think.
So instead of
Megan 2 is coming this weekend.
Oh, okay. So
other horror comedies out there.
Nice. So instead of being, voodoo and soul I think it's voodoo for original Chucky, right, Dave? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's it's he's an automated doll and AI going rogue and amok and that sort of thing. So the way I would describe what I've seen of Hamill, and again, this is not the full breadth of his performance, but it's like I don't want to go Joker necessarily on this because it's not really Joker, but it's a very sort of like, I'm being nice and polite, and I'm also talking about the way if you don't do what I tell you, I'll kill you. But I'm talking to you in this tone of voice. So I sound
and that's where I say Hamill's proven. Yeah. And that's where I say Hamill's proven that it's not just that he can play a villain. We know that just from listening to his portrayals of the Joker. It's like, for me, it's having seen him show up in other places and the fact that he has played villains on more than one occasion and that he can do it, that he can get those like nuanced little elements, that he basically knows how to sound like a menace.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah.
I guess I would have to say that I would have to see it.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to whether or not that Child's Play is a good movie. Again, it's just kind of my thought process is that I would assume he does a pretty good job at his performance. Everything else around it was what matters. Or
we can come back to it if we do a Child's Play show.
Yeah. I think of it like I think of some of the actors in the prequel Star Wars movies where elements of the script especially were really not there and the acting direction given. But it's not saying that those actors were necessarily bad actors because I've seen them in enough other places to know that they are excellent at their craft.
Yeah.
It's most just, sometimes you're not always acting off the greatest material.
Yeah, most of those actors are fantastic.
Very
Lucas
experienced.
Is awful.
His writing was not.
And he's not a director. Sorry, he's not.
He only directed the original Star Wars film, the very first one, and after watching documentaries, he was so exhausted he didn't want to direct the other two, which, and again, it's like, it's what happens when somebody suddenly has a little too much power in decision-making, whereas the earlier films reflected that there were more minds involved, but not in like this is a committee, but in more of there are people with other skill sets coming in and really helping refine this idea into something truly honed.
Mm-hmm.
Like his, obviously ex-wife now, but like at the time, his wife was the one who went in, like the editors, they originally had do the edits of like the dogfight around the Death Star in the first film. They didn't quite think it was landing, and it was his wife who went in and basically redid all the editing for that. And that's why we got what we got that was so good. So yeah. All that's to say that
it's not always the actor.
Yeah. It's not always the actor. It can sometimes be something else. It's just because the actor is what the audience is most immediately connected to. It's not uncommon for us to say it's the actor. And it's like, but is it? Is it really?
I will, since I mentioned it, I will say Megan was a fantastic example of really good comedy horror.
I need to see that still.
Oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Like, buckle in, prepare for a wild ride. It's fantastic.
I'm excited to sit down and watch that one.
You got to see it. Like, I'm planning to go see the Megan 2.0 in theaters.
Oh, dang.
This isn't sponsored, by the way. Not sponsored.
But you were that pleased with it.
Yeah. I had a real good time. And I wish I'd gotten to see it in theaters, the first one. But I just couldn't get out in time. And seeing it here at home, I was like, this is amazing. I missed out. So Megan 2, coming for you.
Am I the only one who gets slightly unnerved watching some of the footage from that, just because of like the disconnect between like the animatronic mask the actress is wearing and then like just normal clothes underneath? So it's like like the dance sequence where you're watching this person do these really like, trying to find the right word, like these really skilled dancer moves, and then the head's just kind of like staring off straight into the camera or into the distance, and it's like, oh, that's unnerving.
I mean, I think that's the point of it. It's meant to be unnerving.
I had a hard time telling when they were using CG, when they were using the actor, and when they were using animatronic. The way that they kind of like dispersed those and blended them in was really well done on their part.
And that's its own, brand of like going all the way to like Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park. It wasn't all practical effects. They were using some CG, but they blended the CG with the practical and the animatronics so well, and that's how you end up with Jurassic Park being so graphically beautiful. Mm-hmm. Because they weren't wholly reliant. Yeah, and because part of it's because they weren't wholly reliant on any one thing. They used the elements to support each other and create a better visual experience for the audience.
If you've haven't seen it.
Now, coming back to horror, or horror comedy, there's a lot of horror comedy out there.
Yeah,
I
there is.
realized today. One, I hadn't realized just how many horror comedy zombie movies I've watched. Oh my
Hmm.
gosh. So many. I was going down a list being like, what have I watched? Holy fucking shit. I've seen a lot of these.
Well, obviously, Shaun of the Dead, right?
Shaun of the
That's the
Dead,
one I think
Zombieland.
everybody points to.
Yeah.
Zombieland.
But even some of like the
Um,
other ones that have come out, like I've seen a few of like the others, like some I'd even forgotten, like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, which I did also
mhm.
read the book, which the movie was okay. And
I couldn't
actually
get
not
through
even
that
okay.
book.
The book was okay. The movie mediocre, but it was like, oh, okay, yeah, that was meant to be comedy. Um, Little Monsters. Did you ever see that one?
Little Monsters?
Yeah.
I haven't, but I always picture if it's the movie I'm thinking of, it's no, that's Little Vampires.
Little
With
Monsters was only in the last few years. Like I want to say it was like 2021 or something that it came
okay,
out. I think maybe
because
it was fairly recent.
the one I was thinking of is Little Vampires. It's that little kid with the spiky blonde hair and glasses and the cape.
Definitely not this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's not that one.
Little Monsters is oh, I'm probably gonna butcher saying her name just because I haven't heard it said out loud. Lupita um Nyong'o. I think I'm saying her name. I might be saying her. The Oscar winning
mhm,
actress. But it's set in Australia. Um, which I did not realize, but it's supposed to be basically like the movie starts out with this sort of like deadbeat brother who's just sort of fucking up at life, and his girlfriend breaks up with him by literally just getting together with like another guy and sort of kicking him to the curb, but or something like that. I can't even remember all of it. Like at the beginning, I was watching and I was watching with my mom, and we were both kind of just like, this is just coming off as kind of absurd and crass. But then this guy ends up, he needs to get his shit together, and so I think his sister, and maybe it's his sister and his brother are like, well, can you take care of, your nephew for the day? So he ends up chaperoning on a
mhm.
field trip to what is supposed to be like a little wildlife park that is like run by Josh Gad.
Hmm.
And this is in Australia, and supposedly somewhere nearby or within like several miles is a military, like an American military facility where it's like something has broken out or something, some viral thing. It kind of flimsy, but it results in these children on a field trip at a wildlife park and zombies come over. And
Mhm.
so then it's them trying to survive with their very happy teacher who's like, come on, kids, we're gonna sing. And she's trying to like emotionally protect these children from the trauma of zombies with like the one chaperone parent who's like the deadbeat surfer dude.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, it had some funny moments. It didn't quite land. There's a lot of horror comedy that does not land.
Mhm.
I will say. I realized watching that there's a lot. Some of the ones that I think land better are more tongue in cheek
Yeah.
about it. Like Krampus was surprisingly tongue in cheek for me,
That
but I
one was
enjoyed it.
really fun.
It was. Did you ever see The Dead Don't Die?
I haven't heard of that,
How? Oh my gosh, saw that
but
one in the theaters. That one's meta.
one
Like
that
so meta,
I
but I mean that one is Bill Murray, Adam Driver, Tilda Swinton, like everybody
mhm.
in it.
Okay, so it's an ensemble.
A very ensemble, extremely. I was not expecting it to be as meta as it was what as it is. It's very meta, and it's Bill Murray doing what Bill Murray does.
Mhm.
So
Okay. Um.
Oh, by the way, Liz,
Oh shoot.
Lupita Nyong'o. Lupita
thank
Nyong'o.
you.
I forgot which one I was going to bring up, but another one that I was going to bring up, that I saw. It was a long time ago that I saw it, but uh, it's called WrestleManiac, otherwise known as El Mascarado Massacre.
Oh my gosh.
It's from 2006, and it's about a group of teens who go to film a low budget movie at this like abandoned kind of ghost town place in Mexico, and they're trying to like film about like this legendary wrestler who went crazy and like killed a bunch of people.
I I
And
feel like
so,
you've told me about this before.
really,
But maybe, but continue.
but so people start getting picked off, right? Um, and one of them happens to be a wrestling nerd, and he figures out the way that you gotta beat him, and it's to beat him in a wrestling match for the 3 count. Um, so like, dude puts on a luchador mask. This is like chunky white kid puts on a luchador mask and goes in and starts wrestling. And you think if I remember right, you think he might get it, but then like the El Mascarado pulls it off, like beats him and then kills him. I don't think anybody gets away in that one. I think they all die.
Oh my gosh.
But it stars Rey Mysterio Senior. Most people know
I'm-
Rey Mysterio Jr., but not as many know Rey Mysterio Senior.
I don't know
He
either.
was well, my wrestling peeps know.
Okay, fair
Rey
enough.
Mysterio Senior passed down the mask to Rey Mysterio Jr., and so on. I don't know if Junior's retired or not. Last I had checked, he was still wrestling, which means he's been wrestling for like 40 years now.
Well, that's a
Something
pretty
like
long
that.
time.
Yeah. And he's got lots of knee issues. But I know his son has been getting into the business. I don't know if he's still in, but I remember him being touted as a pretty good chicken shit heel. Anyway,
On the wrestling tangent.
yeah. So there's that. Oh, I remember. There was one that starred not as the star, but stars a young Philip Seymour Hoffman as a bully.
Gee.
And it's called My Boyfriend's Back. And
I feel like I
it's
remember hearing about this one.
I think a lot of people our age have heard of it, but few of us have seen it. I've seen it.
That's kind of the case, I feel like.
And it's about like this kid who's in high school and he's interested in this girl and she's with another guy. I forget like how she breaks up with that guy and gets with the kid, but then the kid dies and comes back as a zombie for prom, and he's slowly dying away, like he's wasting away, and he has to like eat people in order to maintain his health and stuff like that. And it's got a lot of comedic notes. I remember there being like sad notes because he's dying and whatnot, and you're like, I want him to like get with the lady at the end or whatever. But yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman, very young in it.
Dang.
But yeah, it's one of those that I need to revisit at some point.
I know. That's
also
what I've
fun.
realized going through these is that there's so many that I've seen maybe once and it's been years, but part of me wants to see them again because they weren't bad when I watched them. And I'm like, but I've got more experience, more knowledge now. Among those, and I bring this up as a shout out to our friend who happened to leave us some feedback on our vampire episode. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. Fright Night. Because I remember our mutual friend who went, I'm surprised you didn't mention Fright Night in talking about vampires. No, we did not. We completely forgot. But we're going to talk about it here because it fits just as well. And I think that goes for both remake and the original. And I've seen both of them once. It's been a long time. I need to see them again.
Okay, well, tell me about them because I have not seen either of them.
Oh my gosh.
I know Sam's going to be upset about that.
I know.
The Frighteners?
Oh, no, not the Frighteners. The Fright Night.
Oh, Fright Night. Yeah, that one too.
Yeah. Frighteners I've not seen, but Fright Night, yeah. So, and
with us
I don't, it just blends in with everything else. But Fright Night was one of those ones, my roommate made me watch it in college with her, and it was hilarious. We were watching the original one. What cracked me up, because I wasn't expecting, but she knew I was going to be thrown by it, was that, the actor who plays the vampire in it, because it's basically this kid in his neighborhood, this house, I guess, that's been abandoned or like been abandoned or whatever, gets sold, and this mysterious guy moves in, and the kid in the neighborhood, because he's bored child spying on the neighbor, starts to think there's maybe something up with this guy, and then is like, this guy's these women are disappearing here, and then he figures out this guy's a vampire, and I think in the plot, he's single mom, either divorcee or widow, but that the vampire starts kind of setting eyes on mom, so the kid's kind of like, it's a vampire, but nobody believes him because you're just a kid. But the vampire is played by oh, his name escapes me, but Humperdinck, Prince Humperdinck of Princess Bride, Jack Skellington, Chucky, he's the officer, or he's the detective in Chucky. So he's a guy we've seen in a few places, but he plays the vampire. And then, of course, they remade that movie many years later. I just remember, like, from the remake of the movie, I think it was Colin Farrell played the vampire in the remake. And, and because the kid ends up recruiting, like, I can't remember who the kid recruits to his side in the original movie, in the movie exactly, because this was where they had some changes where I think the kid, like, finds, like, a scholarly professor thing, but in the new movie, he goes to a guy who seems like, I deal with the supernatural, this, and he thinks, oh, this guy can help me. Well, it turns out it's just a stinking, it's like just a little backseat magician, like, parody of, like, the dark goth magicians, and it's David Tennant playing him, and the guy's actually a wuss, and it's sort of comical because he comes out, he's got the eyeliner on, but then he lifts off this, you know, the punk long hair goth look, and then he rips off the wig, and you're just like, what? But just, it very ends up with that sort of just hijinks ensue because the vampire is all serious, like, I'm a vampire, I'm gonna get you, and you're not gonna get in my way. And it's this kid that nobody believes. It's pulling together this ragtag, basically, band to try to defeat the vampire. And it's just, it's one of those things that you just go, what? But it is very much classic vampire too, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of got that, like, the old one, the original one to me almost has like a predating Buffy vibe because it is that whole teenager battling vampires and nobody else believes it's happening. Very much, I think we saw evolve into, like, the Buffy franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll have to do a watch party for that.
Yeah. Then, of course, you got, like, other vampire stuff, like, Little Vampire. You've got this book by a comedian writer, Christopher Moore, as in, like, he's an author who writes comedy, called Bloodsucking Fiends, which is Dracula, but he frames it in a way of, like, it's in modern day, and you're following the Renfield character. Or kind of Renfield, kind of Harker blended together.
Okay.
And the Dracula is this really hot smoking redhead who's I think she's a business lady in New York City. And so you kind of go through general beats from the Dracula story, but there's also, like, modern day stuff kind of wrapped around it. He is to writing what Mel Brooks is to movies. In how wild and ridiculous he gets. I've read a couple of his books. I have some more of his books that I need to read. He seemed like he might be a pretty good fellow from what I could tell, and just, like, based off the way that he writes. I will say some of his stuff that he writes could potentially offend some people.
Which you could say the same of Brooks as well.
Yes. But just like Brooks, he writes it from the frame of comedy and kind of poking fun at those who are more in that vein of who would be cruel.
Yeah.
You know, like
it's kind of a self-aware humor.
Yeah, like in Blazing Saddles, like the white people, like, and how ridiculously stupid they are because of their tendencies and views towards black people and indigenous folks and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's one of those elements where it's kind of the jokes are so ridiculous that it's like they're so self-aware as that it lends to the ridiculousness because it's like they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the idea. So it's not necessarily meant to be. I've never found Brooks's humor, especially having seen him in interviews, and I need to finish it. I have his autobiography, and good Lord, his autobiography, I can hear him. It's like he's writing exactly the way he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's not meant to be malicious. It's
Yeah.
more like a lot of what he does is he pokes fun at things through parody, which is the thing that I have always found hilarious about Brooks is you want to poke fun at a science fiction film, do it by making
Mhm.
a science fiction film that makes fun of itself.
Yeah.
Uh, I didn't get a chance to finish my rewatch of it, but I was trying to prep for this episode, and I started rewatching High Anxiety, which at the very beginning of the film he says, and in fact, he sent the script to Alfred Hitchcock originally in development. And I can't remember like what exactly his response back was, but like Hitchcock basically was just like, love it. But the film at the very beginning says this is dedicated to a master filmmaker, Alfred Hitchcock. It's dedicated to kind of this master of horror, like, and everything. And it is. It pokes so much fun at Hitchcock. Sometimes it's just techniques that we know of from Hitchcock's films, or like deliberately Hitchcock. It has a whole scene that pokes fun at the birds, only instead of him getting terrorized by birds, he gets shat on by a ton of
Mhm.
birds.
Yeah.
It's just like, but it's like, it's that sort of, it's a love letter in the form of parody and comedy, which I absolutely enjoy. There have been a few other non-Brooks films I've seen where they do that, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
that is its own form of a love letter, I think, to some of those things.
So two of my favorites, um, and as we're talking about this, we've discovered that no less than three spoof series are getting more, or not even necessarily series, but like Spaceballs 2
Yep.
is coming. The Naked Gun is being revived,
Yep.
and the one that I'm bringing up, Scary Movie.
Oh
So,
my gosh.
Scary Movie is a meta parody on a meta film, Scream,
Yep.
right? Which Scream is fairly comedic in its own right. There's
Yeah.
a lot of like funny little jokes and pokes because it's very meta. And
Yeah.
at the time when it came out in the 90s, that was very new and very different in the sense of how Scream framed it, right?
Hmm.
Like spoofs have been around before. You've got like Airplane, Naked Gun, anything Leslie Nielsen
And that sort of absurd
from
level of humor that almost has no, like, I think of especially Airplane for like this sort of absurd level of humor.
yeah. But then it kind of quieted down, and then Scream happened, and then here comes Scary Movie, which is
Hmm.
by the Wayans brothers, and I
Yep.
think that that's why the first two Scary Movies succeed because the Wayans brothers were doing it. They were
Yeah.
writing it, directing it, producing it. Basically, they were acting in it. They knew how to do it because the Wayans have a history, a lineage even regarding comedy.
Yeah.
They've been around probably since before In Living Color, but In Living Color was where I first knew of their existence.
Hmm.
And they have produced all sorts of things. They've been in all sorts of stuff. Keenan Ivory Wayans is a phenomenal like director, producer, writer. Marlon is a phenomenal performer. So is Damon. Sean, he's a very good performer as well. I think he does a fair bit of writing too. Like
Yeah.
they're all really talented, skilled people in the industry.
And they came
Um,
together with, I think, what works in the first two Scary Movies is there's a singular intent.
yes.
So, it's
Um,
not, whereas the later ones, they feel almost committee, like we're tying together pieces.
you could tell that after Scary Movie 2, because the Wayans are not in anything after that.
Hmm.
They just like said, no, we're done.
Yeah.
And the reason they said that is because studios were trying to interfere.
Yeah.
Studios were getting involved, trying to change a lot of the things that the Wayans were trying to get in or keep out. And they said, this isn't going to work. This isn't what we're trying to do. And so instead of kowtowing to studios and just like dealing with it, they said, we're done. We're
Yeah.
out. We're not involved anymore. So long. And you can tell because everything changes after two. Everything is so different after two. The jokes don't hit after two.
I was gonna say, I remember, I think I saw 4 at a friend's house back in high school, not long after it came out. I remember the ads looking like, what is the story? One, the ads were just like a bunch of disjointed parody shots of other horror movies.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't tell you what the actual, even after having watched the movie, I couldn't tell you what the narrative is, because they basically just tried to weakly tie together what was just a bunch of parody shots, parody moments from other films. There wasn't, and again, that's where like there was a singular intent with the first and second films, and as absurd as it is, there is a story.
Yeah.
You know, it's absurd, but that's kind of the point.
It goes to show just how talented and skilled the Wayans are. They are able to take those key moments that existed in films at the time and weave them together into a story that they're telling without it being like, remember this scene? Remember this scene? Remember this scene? No,
well, like
it
the
just
first
flows.
Well, it's like the first movie very much, especially the first movie, is very much parodying Scream.
Yeah.
It very much is. But it's not so beat for beat Scream. It's more like it's one of those where I'm like, if it helps to have seen Scream, because then you understand what they're making fun of, because you see the parallels and you understand it. But then they also come up with some stuff that's just absurd, off the wall. I think of the piano on the stairs.
Yeah.
That it's just, but it's so like, it's like, there's beats that I expect because this is parodying Scream, but they still are clever about it. They're still funny about it. They still approach it in ways that I'm like, yeah, like I'm not seeing somebody trying to cheaply knock off Scream and make fun of it. It's more like, we're having fun.
Yeah.
With it.
And then there's like other scenes, like when Shannon Elizabeth, I forget her character's name, she's on the Miss whatever pageant, right? And she's Miss Fellatio, and she's about to do her acting performance, and she sees her boyfriend up in the top rafters or whatever, who starts to get stabbed by Ghostface, and she's literally like actually reacting to it like somebody would if they were seeing their actual like boyfriend who getting stabbed and murdered in front of them, trying to get this whole audience to like actually help, and they don't. They think it's part of a performance, and they're like, "Yay, good job!" Right? And she's in the back crying, like and panicking, trying to figure out what to do. And then like she's like, she finds out from one of the others, I think it's Miss 69. She's like, they want you out there. You won. Right?
And she's freaking out.
And Cindy comes up and she's like, oh my God, what about your boyfriend? We gotta go help. She's like, fuck him. I won. It's like pushes Cindy aside and goes out there to collect her trophy.
Yeah. What I also love about... Oh, go ahead.
It's in nothing that I can think of as far as horror.
Yeah.
It's tied to its own thing as far as I know. And it's so good.
And it works. The other thing that, and I didn't expect it watching Scary Movie 2, was I didn't realize in making the movies that it was more anthology, but not quite. Like, it's sort of making fun of anthology in and of itself that I suddenly, when I was watching Scary Movie 2, I'm like, wait a minute. Half y'all died in the first film, and you're back, and it's just like, and to me, it's other bits like that where it's just like, fuck it, we're gonna bring these there. Because these actors also were so good on screen at the chemistry. I mean, I know before, when we were, earlier this week, when we were discussing a little bit leading up to this, I shared, because I have to share it, I love it, the scene that I think isn't even, it's in the credits, I want to say, or something. It's not even, I don't remember where it is in the movie. But when Anna Faris when Cindy's running through the dungeon from the weird skeleton and Brenda's react and everything, I'm sorry. Would you run from Callista Flockhart? Every time kills me. Yep. Like, there's just something about that scene. It is such, the chemistry works.
Yeah.
It's a scene I can show almost anybody out of context and it's still hilarious.
I want to give a special shout out to Regina Hall, who plays Brenda Meeks.
So good.
She is one person has said that Cindy is the heart and Brenda is the soul of the Scary Movie franchise. And I would say yes, that is correct.
Yep.
Because without Brenda, these movies kind of work because of Cindy, but they don't fully work.
I was gonna say by themselves, that the character of Cindy is not enough to sustain because she's so
plain
and dumb sometimes. Yeah, she's such a space case sometimes.
Yeah. And it's funny because without Cindy, I don't think it works either.
No, you need the dynamic of the two of them to really work.
Yeah, like without any of the others, like without Ray or Shorty or any of the others, the movies can still work. As long as the Wayans are tied to it, as long as they're writing it and all that stuff.
Yeah. The Wayans went away and it just lost itself.
But without Brenda and or Cindy, those movies don't work.
They really don't. And I think it speaks to an element of, yes, we talk about horror and comedy kind of bleeding into one another, but that doesn't mean it's easy to make horror comedy. There's still, I think what that speaks to is that there is still an art form. There still is an importance to story, timing. You can't just throw it together and make it funny. Yes, has it accidentally happened that things have been funny? But I think that speaks more to how closely related horror and comedy are. And when you do like the horror well, you can sometimes inadvertently create comedy from how emotionally tied to the experience of horror humor is.
Yeah.
And I think, but it goes back to, the fact that like, I'm not going to say Halloween, briefly jumping back to say, I'm not going to say Halloween 2018 is a comedy. I'm not going to say that the first Halloween, the original one, is a comedy. But they're able, in the way that they're crafted, these comedic elements come in and they work. They work and they heighten the experience of the movie. And maybe some of those comedic elements weren't intended that way. We don't know what's going on inside the heads of those writers. Exactly. But they work well. Yeah. From the experience of the audience. So and that's why there's a lot of bad horror comedy out there.
Yeah. There's always the danger of something becoming akin to The Room, most famously. Right? Where
I've avoided watching that.
It was intended to be serious. Mm-hmm. It was intended to be like really dramatic, really dark. And kind of exploring this character, whose name I forget, but
Johnny.
Then because of Johnny, yes, thank you, thank you, E. Johnny is the main character's name, and it's supposed to be like a serious look into this character and like the things that he goes through and whatnot. But because of all the reaction to it, Tommy Wiseau, the guy who made it all, changed it. He changed the genre that it was intended to be dark comedy. Mm-hmm. And it fails on both points.
Yeah.
But the fact that he changed it from one to the other indicates his intent of it being serious and then failing at that and then trying to hide that failure.
Yeah, which I think it's something like, to cross over to a comparison of another film that didn't hit the way it was intended, but on the other side has become its franchise has become very popular. Evil Dead. The very first Evil Dead, if you look it up, is classed as a horror film, specifically. There's no mention of comedy, but apart from it being extreme in certain aspects of its horror, we all know about which scene involving a tree. If you've seen it, it just doesn't land right, and it becomes funny, but that's not intended. That's not to say that my roommate and I didn't sit over martinis and laughing at it hysterically one night, because that does make it enjoyable. But when he came back and did Evil Dead 2, he took a deliberately comedic route with it, and it was more off the wall. Bruce Campbell's acting goes even more over the top and then you get to Army of Darkness, and it works, and then the result is this sort of cultural cult phenomenon that is Evil Dead.
Yeah.
You know, but in that regard, it's, you know, the first one, and even the first one still kind of has its own special spot within the franchise because it's what started it, and because he tried to make something serious and it doesn't land seriously. If you try to let it land seriously, which in my experience, the first time I actually watched Evil Dead, I didn't watch it all the way through, but I was watching it with a good friend of mine, and we went in thinking, one, we were sort of misguided. Somebody had said Evil Dead if you're going to watch zombie movies, and this was my friend I did zombie nights with. We didn't know anything about it. We went and watched it, and we got about 60% of the way through, and we were too disturbed to keep going. And I think that's where it's the element, as a serious movie, it doesn't land. Fast forward a couple years, watching it with my roommate, and it was hilarious to us. But that was because then I went in going, don't take it seriously as a film. It won't land like that. And that's where it's sort of, he accidentally, but I wouldn't say he succeeded at making a comedy by accident. It's just, it's not a good movie if you try to take it seriously.
Yeah.
You know, so it becomes sort of just the sort of the bad movie. But what he did do right was he took what he learned from that one and did the second one. And that's why the second one, you don't even have to have seen the first one, because the second one basically retells the first one, but intentionally puts that comedic lens over it. I mean, the skeleton doing ballet outside of the house. It's like, the fuck am I watching? And he still has elements like the way he does the camera through the forest for the evil, like when the book is read. He uses elements that are still there from the first film. It's just now he frames them around moments that are just comedic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ash twitching around on the floor fighting his own demon-possessed hand.
Yeah,
no,
that's pretty great.
Sitting there watching it going, I wonder how it felt for Bruce Campbell shooting these scenes, because there's just a level of ridiculousness that is just all the way up here. I think that
I'm trying to remember.
there's
he was having a good time.
Well, I know there was a book that he did write, like an autobiography. My old roommate had read it, and he talked a lot about his experience and some of just the ridiculousness that happened in shooting it. And it's very much like, man, you had an experience like none other making these films. So
on a similar topic, real quick, I just remembered another comedy horror with Bruce Campbell in it. I saw
he's done a few now.
When it first hit DVD, so it's been years since I saw it, but have either of you seen Bubba Hotep?
I've seen it on lists, but I haven't seen it.
For purchase.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen
and
it?
I've seen it in rental stores.
And I've seen it listed under like other comedy horror movies. Like it was on there. I was looking at some stuff before we started recording, and I saw Bubba Hotep on the list. It was like, okay. You know, there's a lot in horror comedy that's out there. And there are certain actors who I think have really proven that they can do that specifically. Campbell being one of them. Mm-hmm. That he can kind of carry that he kind of has a similar, like, not in the villainous way, but he has a similar energy, I think, in the ability to carry horror and comedy in a single role the way Englund and Dourif do. Obviously, his characters tend to be a bit on the different side, but again, it's a proven of being able to be kind of both and convey them in a way.
Yeah.
So, man, though, Evil Dead. You see, this is though, like what you're mentioning about The Room is why I don't, among many reasons, I don't bother with watching The Room, because I feel like I would just be pissed off at it.
You're tearing me apart,
one of those,
Liz.
No.
It's one of those that you watch with a group of friends, and you have some brews or whatever you like to enjoy, and you just have a good time, you know?
Yep. But if we're just gonna have a good time, I'd rather go like watch Rocky Horror or something else, you know?
Fair.
But
it's also one of those.
For a few years.
It's all.
You go, Dave. You go there.
All right. It's also one of those where, while it's talked about heavily, you won't see it in a lot of review places because it's so talked about.
It is. I feel like it's funny. I feel like it was being talked about and the conversation around it was really building up until they did the movie with Franco. in it. And it was just like, at that point after that, it was like, and now we've talked it out. Everyone's done. They got it out of their system. Like, I feel like conversation about it just dropped. Like, this is the first time I've heard it in conversation since that movie came out. And I'm like, I mean, because it's no loss to anybody. just dropped off the planet.
James Franco. Fuck that guy.
It just, there was so many layers to that. Now talking about, though, like, because horror comedy is definitely one of those. I'm curious what your take is on this, Dave, because horror comedy to me, you know, we've had the unintentional comedy, we have the parody comedy, the sort of spoof comedy that we see with like Scary Movie, and then the ones that are tongue-in-cheek. And I'm just kind of curious what your take is on which ones work. I mean, I think we've clearly covered that Scary Movie works. In parody comedy, I think we can throw in also, I would probably class Mel Brooks's as being closer to that in parody comedy, because they have that incorporated elements too, where there will just be random elements, but they're incorporated in. He's more deliberately parody of usually singular stories, where like High Anxiety is kind of a general parody. It's generalizing a lot of Hitchcock together, but it is sort of Hitchcock, and then the other two, Young Frankenstein and Dracula Dead and Loving It, which got me thinking that I'm like, Brooks has sort of toyed with horror a lot, but not through a lens that we say is obvious outside of High Anxiety, because we also associate Dracula Dead and Loving It, or Dracula and Frankenstein, so much with kind of specifically those stories that have been retold. But the reality is they are horror stories. You know, and he parodies them brilliantly, you know. But I don't know, I'm curious, because then, like, there's just so many layers to horror comedy. It's like, does it work more as spoof? Does it work more as just tell a story that's funny? Is it like Krampus, let's be tongue in cheek, but actually tell a horror story here?
Okay. So I'm going to give you an answer that is probably not satisfying.
I don't think there is a satisfying answer to it, honestly. So go ahead.
So here's my answer, and I'll kind of explain why. I think it's down to the creator. It's more in the hands of the creator as to whether something will come out well or not.
Yeah.
Especially in this case, right? Because one could do, because I think like somebody like Mel Brooks or the Wayans brothers can do spoof and parody incredibly well.
Yes.
They have a lot of understanding and skill and talent for being able to do that kind of style. But I would be a little more concerned about something if they put it out that would be more subtle.
Yeah.
In the way that it would operate, right? Because there's like some subtle comedies that exist that you wouldn't think, like if you weren't paying close attention, it wouldn't be funny, because you would just kind of assume that it's just going along its day, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if I were to say, I don't know, who's a good subtle comedic writer? Somebody, because like when I think of a lot of comedy writers, I think of a lot of bombastic types.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that really stick out. I would say more of like the subtler British humor type of things. Like let's just say like a drier British kind of humor type, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily one that's like Shaun of the Dead, because Shaun of the Dead is still pretty bombastic, right? Let's turn the volume down a little bit more on the explosiveness of the comedy, right? I don't know what exactly that would be. It would definitely work well with somebody who understands a more dry British type of humor, right? Who could pull that off. It would be probably something that's more grounded in the world, more focused on like problems that exist, something of that nature. If there's horror elements, they're probably more grounded as well. But they would be more subtle, and so you'd have to pay closer attention to it in order to
Yeah.
pick up on the humor. It's kind of like this idea of somebody who is able to use a lot of like double entendres or in their writing, or alternate meanings to things as the story is progressing along, and then suddenly when the turn happens, whatever that turn is, that makes you reflect on the other things that have been said throughout or done throughout. Then you realize there's a second meaning to it all,
Yeah.
and you hop back, and then when you go through it again, it's funnier. I'm having a tough time thinking of that
I
because
know. I'm trying to think of
I've
it
been
too, and I feel like I've got an idea of something on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember what it was.
I've been soaking my brain in so much spoof and parody that it's hard to think of the more subtle stuff.
Well, you know what's
Um,
actually, I think what sits as, it's not horror comedy, but actually does kind of do this, and we
mhm.
just had a whole lot of conversation about it. Maxine.
Yeah,
It does.
Maxine.
It because it's not, they're not framed as comedy movies, but there is a dark humor to them.
Yeah,
I think especially in Pearl almost. I feel like Pearl almost more overtly because the way she's characterized.
yeah. Um, and I think Pearl especially is a great example because Pearl, just to focus on that movie, rides that line of comedy and tragedy.
Yeah.
Or I guess you'd call it. I would say tragic rather than tragedy.
Yeah.
Because to me, tragedy sounds like a blend of tragic and comedy. I don't
Yeah.
know.
There's
But
tragedy.
people use it
The movie uses
interchangeably.
the movie has elements of the tragedy. What becomes,
Yeah,
especially once the turn happens, what becomes of her parents, the tragedy of her upbringing, of what brought to. She is a tragic character that is in a way
yeah.
surrounded by tragedy.
But yet, looking back on it, there's a lot of moments where you could kind of laugh at it.
Like the
Like
scarecrow in the
when,
field.
yeah, that was the first thing I was going to say. The scarecrow in the field. It's really absurd and wild, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then if you contextualize it in the sense of like she's legitimately like having mental problems that she has no way of like working through,
Yeah.
or at least like talking with a therapist about, like, it's kind of scary. It's
Yeah.
pretty
It's sort of,
tragic.
it's like a nervous laughter of you're laughing because if you try, it's that sort of a, if we didn't laugh, we'd cry. And I feel like Pearl hits on that of, as a viewer, you laugh because it's absurd, because it's a way of coping with how horrifying it actually is. You
Yeah.
know, when she goes to the theater and the the guy shows her, a stag film,
Hmm.
and they play that scene so plainly, not even like sexually. It's not like played as a big flirty scene between the two of them, but there's such an absurdity that you're sort of laughing, going, but this is kind of disturbing.
Hmm.
He's showing her porn,
Yeah.
and they're sort of playing up, glamorizing this,
She
this thing,
is
and he's,
enchanted by it.
yeah, it's really, I mean, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, Pearl really hits that note of,
Hmm.
it's it's dark humor more in the sense that it's like you're laughing because you're trying to cope with it.
Yeah.
I think
It's
at the very end of Pearl, or towards the very end of Pearl, when we see her chopping up the body, and the fact that instead of going from like a single camera now, we've got this weird kaleidoscope of side by side separate visuals or mirrored visuals. It's so sort of distorted in that we're
mhm.
being fed so much visual. It's sort of that it lends itself to that sort of otherworldliness, almost humor of it, because it's so raw, and yet you're realizing as a viewer this girl is chopping up the body of probably her only friend who she just murdered, and now she's hiding all of these bodies and then creating a dinner setting with dead bodies, a rotting pig. You know, there's something so uncomfortable about it. And then that all leading up to the final shot when the credits roll, when she turns around and greets Howard and she smiles at him, and the fact that it goes from her smiling and that shot stays on her, and you watch this series of emotions go over her face from like smiling to faking to horrified to crying, and all the while she's still smiling.
Yeah.
And it speaks to a really deep way in which people cope with negative emotions. You know?
Yeah.
So, damn, we just had like a big moment.
Yeah. That's the perfect example of what I was trying to convey, and thank you for picking up on it, because I was struggling real hard.
You know, you heard me. I was sitting there thinking of trying to pinpoint it, and then that was when it was like, wait a minute, this is it. We just had a whole like conversations about it. But yeah, because the more I think about it, the more I feel like there's a part of me that thinks of comedy when I think of that trilogy. But I would never call that trilogy comedic. But there is a sort of dark comedy to it. Yeah. Like, you shouldn't laugh, but you're laughing. Oh, Buster Keaton and Maxine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, it's funny. It's disturbing. But it's funny because it's easier to laugh at it to basically help your mind cope with man, she fucking crushed this guy's balls.
Yeah. I will say, though, For Maxine, I think it's I think the line is clearer for when it's funny and when it's not. I think Pearl is a much better blend of the two.
Pearl, I think that's a very key element of Pearl, and I think part of it is, in some ways, it makes sense why it's so important that that's in Pearl, because Pearl is basically a story of a villain. Mm-hmm. Pearl is the story of somebody who up through X we only know of as a villain, and there's no. They have to. It's almost essential to have that element to get the audience to really understand the tragedy of Pearl's existence, to understand, because otherwise, how do you create a compelling narrative when your protagonist is actually an antagonist and at no point ever really was a good guy? Like, and I'm using really plain terms here, but it's a way of creating a compelling element when you know that we're basically ending on this character losing completely, going off the deep end.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not like, we're not talking typical hero's journey. We may have a similar narrative arc in terms of just, setup, problem, solution, but Pearl's not the hero of the story. Pearl's the main character, but your audience kind of has to come away understanding how kind of unfortunate it is, how tragic it is that this girl has had this sort of journey or descent, and leave the audience wondering, could this have been avoided?
Yeah.
But I think that's why it sort of intentionally plays at this almost humorous line of, her being almost whimsical. So, fascinating. Once again, we could just start unwrapping layers. We already had, such a long conversation. More layers. More layers. The onion continues to peel.
Yeah. It's pretty cool how horror can do that. Just continues to unravel and unwrap, and there's more beneath.
I do love that. And it's funny because even some of the most ridiculous ones, they'll still be ridiculous, but they can still have those layers. Like, I think of circling back to probably more overt horror comedy of Peter Jackson, and his are on the pretty strong level of absurd, Bad Taste and Dead Alive. But that if you really sat and start looking, there's still comments going on in there. Like, Bad Taste, the fact that the premise of the film is that aliens from outer space are using humans as their food for fast food. Like, they're basically building a fast food chain. Like, I remember sitting there going, whoa, wait a minute, this is a whole, and these are these, like, globular, fatty aliens. The movie is just gross. It's like, like, laced in all of this graphically B-movie level acting, performance, gore everywhere is like these little digs at, like, fast food industry.
Mm-hmm.
At, like, just the food industry in and of itself. You know? It blows my mind. You know?
Yeah.
If you can manage to sit through all of Bad Taste, because it's still 3 fucking hours long, because Peter Jackson doesn't know how to make anything less than 3 hours long.
Yeah, and yet he is doing his best. He's doing his life.
Now, I want to bring up one that I think we've chatted a little bit about. Now, we have chatted about the game series that does also now include a movie that obviously we know you dislike, and with good reason, but the movie that is not actually connected to it but has some similarities. Willy's Wonderland.
Ah.
Because let's be real, when those trailers first hit, everybody was making comparisons to Five Nights at Freddy's.
It very much is.
Very similar.
But
is not.
It's not got nothing to do with Scott Cawthon. And so I was like, you know what? It's Nick Cage. Let's check it out. And you know what? I loved it.
And let's talk about, like, a serious about, like, the thing that stood out to me. I didn't realize it going in, but the utter brilliance. He never says a word.
Yeah, he never says a word. Not one peep comes out of that man's mouth.
I was really almost waiting for them to do, like, a one word at the very end, and the fact that they actually didn't, I was like, I'm kind of genuinely impressed that they didn't even have, like, a final word.
I imagine they might have. They probably didn't, but there's a chance that they might have, and if they did, Nick Cage said no.
It feels like something that they toyed with or they tested. How is this working? Like, it feels like you can't have come to you say nothing without at some point going, well, is there a point where we say one word and it be the only thing he says the entire time? And it's like, but the fact that they chose not to, it's like, this is so great. It's such a vessel for Cage.
Real quick there. So you compared it to Five Nights at Freddy, but I'm not familiar with this at all. So, and I don't know.
Give you a rundown of Willy's Wonderland.
Yes. What is Willy's Wonderland?
Well, to give an idea of why the comparison of Five Nights at Freddy's is the strong comparison is that Willy's Wonderland is supposed to be the name of this, like, basically fictional version of, like, a Chuck E. Cheese type place. Similarly to the way Five Nights at Freddy's is, again, animatronic mascots performing for small children entertainment. But at night, it's basically, I think I want to say it's at night the things wake up and try to murder whoever's there. Now, Willy's Wonderland goes into a whole realm of, it's like that this townspeople are sacrificing to, like, some ancient demon that possesses these creatures or something in exchange for something. I can't really remember it exactly, but it becomes like a town conspiracy.
It's basically that. It's like a whole bunch of demons are in this old abandoned pizza place. Mm-hmm. And
it really is like just a ripoff of Chuck E. Cheese with more animatronic figures.
Which is what Five Nights is.
Yep.
But they always bring in somebody new for the town. So like Nick Cage's character,
he's
comes
hired.
And he's hired.
Yeah.
So he feels very much like a mercenary, the way that they frame him. Even though he's expected to die by the townsfolk, but they don't say that. They say, "Hey, if you get this done, we'll give you whatever the MacGuffin was that they would give him, or not MacGuffin."
I think the thing that
the reward.
Well, I think because the thing is that they use, because it's like a town in the middle of nowhere that kind of entraps victims by car trouble. Because I think, isn't it that is he has car trouble? What it is, he hits like something, causes a flat tire or some kind of car trouble, But it's that they rope the townspeople in by saying the car is not going to be ready, or if you don't have money, well, hey, do this favor for us for a night. Go be a janitor in this place. And that's how he ends up there. And that's how they've gotten their other victims previously, is basically forcibly luring them in by getting them stuck in the town, and to where it becomes well, I guess I got no choice. They'll give it to me for free if I go spend a night here and do janitor work at this place. Mm-hmm. And he's actually a good janitor.
Yeah,
I want to say that he does a damn good job cleaning up that place.
It's really funny because every time he gets into a fight with one of those animatronics, he downs them, kills them, and then gets back to his job like nothing happened.
Well, and then I love the fact that when he goes on break, like, it's like you get a break they're like, you can take a such and such, like a 15-minute break or like a 10-minute break every 2 hours or something like that. And like, what was the scene when the kids are getting attacked and he's like, where is he? Where is he? He's still on his break.
Yeah. It feels like he is recharging his battery, so to speak. It's kind of video gamey. In the sense of like, he's playing this like mini game after beating one of the enemies, and he's drinking the non-sponsored energy drink. Literally,
grape soda. It's like grape soda or something. Yeah,
it's a random energy drink with no actual existence in this world.
Yeah.
And he's like downing them like he pops that sumbitch open and just like he practically squeezes the can to like suck it all down in 0.5 seconds. That's
like the beer can, like
furious...
just doom, boom, done.
Yeah, that's how hard and furious he drinks these things.
When he always goes back to the kitchen to do it, it's like he goes on his break, he goes into the kitchen. It's always like it's return to the save room, basically, and then goes back and cleans up wherever he murdered the something or other. Because in the meantime, he legit cleans up this building.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
that
so
gave
great.
me an idea for a segment.
And then I think the kids in the meanwhile just break in and sneak in, and that's kind of how it comes into contact with these kids who get murdered off because they've snuck into the building somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So that movie was one of those things where it was delightful. It was honestly delightful. And I did watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Oh, yeah.
It was... I mean, objectively as a movie, setting aside Scott Cawthon, that whole thing, it was okay. But if I really wanted a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, I would have been looking for something more like Willy's Wonderland in terms of that very tongue-in-cheek absurdity, because you're playing with a setting that is so absurd. And to sort of pass that up, again, this is speaking objectively as a film, not going into Scott Cawthon, which is unfortunate because it means that movie didn't land, but I'm happy we got Willy's Wonderland and no Scott Cawthon involvement.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Nick Cage, which I feel like
I'll take Nick Cage
that
over
just
Scott
works.
Cawthon any day of the week.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get his own episode.
Easy.
Let's be real, folks. Nick Cage will
Nick
get
Cage
his own
is
episode.
getting
We have
his
the
own
logo.
Episode. We're doing Cage Fest at some point.
As one of us is going to turn into Abed in that episode of Community when they do like Nick Cage class and he shows up and the professor's like, only watch this one's, don't go off the deep end. And meanwhile, Abed does exactly that and shows up with the binder and then just does a full Nick Cage, just like all at once impression, loses his mind.
I know it's getting off the beaten path here, and I'll just mention it real quick, just because I don't want us to like be too hard delayed. I saw the movie his brother did that he starred in called Deadfall.
Oh.
And it's a horrible movie. and it stars Michael Biehn. For those of you who don't know that name offhand, he played Kyle Reese in Terminator 1 and 2. He was also Corporal Hicks in Aliens. So if you need a frame of reference for when I say Michael Biehn, there you go. But Nick Cage is in it. But Nick Cage doesn't show up until somewhere in the beginning of Act 2 of the movie. And then he's in it for like all of Act 2.
Oh my
and whenever
God.
he shows up in Act 2, it is a mind-changing game. It is so fun
I feel
because
like
it's basically the epitome of the director telling everybody, like guiding everybody like a director should, and then going to his brother and saying, "Do whatever you want," and he does. And
it's
it's
funny.
awesome.
It's funny because I feel like Nick Cage to me is the wild card of any
Mhm.
film he's in. Sometimes it means he's the main character or like a supporting character with like a main sort of plain role. Like not boring plain, but just like, okay, you know, he's this character. But then sometimes he shows up and it's like the cameo you least expected that's so out of the blue that just happens. Or, Willy's Wonderland, he shows up, you're not sure, and then you get literally a silent character who's just here. He is a wild card of film.
Mhm.
That it is just I never know what to expect when I see him in something. I didn't even know what to expect, like, when I watched Renfield, and he's fucking Dracula in Renfield.
Yeah.
But what does that mean? It's like, wait, this is Nick Cage, wait, what? What? Like, I feel like at this point, he could just walk on and they'd just be like, go do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just write the film around whatever he does.
Yeah. And I don't want to get further into Nick Cage. It's very easy to get sucked into that rabbit hole.
Very much. Go down that rabbit hole.
Let's pivot back into comedy
Pivot!
and horror before
Pivot!
Yes,
Pivot.
you gotta pivot.
I'm sorry, I can't. Every time we say pivot, I hear that, and I didn't even watch that much Friends. Okay.
It's the only good thing Ross ever did.
Yeah. Pivot! But yeah, Willy's Wonderland, had to bring that one in. Another one that I had not thought of that when we were getting ready for this episode that was reminded of, and it is kind of now, ever since I watched it a couple years ago, it is now kind of an annual tradition because it shows up on streaming usually around in October every year now.
Mm-hmm.
Little Shop of Horrors. Now, as somebody who did tech theater in high school, unfortunately, we never did Little Shop of Horrors during that one, but I knew about it just because from being around theater kids and all of that, you kind of know it. And that movie, I could see how it classes as horror, but it's one of those you don't think of it because you get so caught up in the fact that it's also a musical. But it is delightful. Objectively, it's like, yeah, there's some, this guy's murdering people to feed a plant. And it is so, we're talking Rick Moranis in his younger years. Steve Martin. It is one of those things that it's just a delightfully fun movie. And it's not comedy the way other comedies are, but it is playing horror in a very tongue-in-cheek comedic way. Even with Audrey's voice, when Audrey comes in with this big jazz band type voice of, feed me! And that was actually a decent impression of that.
Very nice.
I have my moments.
I haven't seen the movie, but the one thing I have seen of the movie is the Steve Martin song.
You'll Be a Dentist.
I think it's called You'll Be a Dentist.
Yes, yeah.
And man, Steve Martin could kill it.
He could. He still can. Okay, you and I are going to watch that at some point. We're going to need to watch it. I will tell you, because I want to see your response to Bill Murray's appearance in that movie. Because he has a role in that movie that is unhinged. Unhinged. It's a very short-lived role. His scene is primarily with Steve Martin. Just so unhinged. So fucking. Think BDSM gets sort of toyed with in there. I won't even. It's probably not even a good description, but it's gonna throw you enough to make you I'm not saying anymore. You all know what scene I'm talking about if you've seen this, but Little Shop of Horrors was just a fun approach to what could be told as a horror story. I love the way they approach it. It is so just fun. It is one that the movie is very enjoyable. I would love to see Little Shop of Horrors on stage because it's one of those ones that I'm like, yes, this is very much, it has that sort of over-the-top nature that is very common, that is very typical with stage and works well with stage, to be kind of big and bombastic, because otherwise you're just standing on a wooden platform with some curtains around you. And it's what I enjoy about stage.
Mm-hmm.
So,
also, about
little heart spot for it.
One thing, one trivia tidbit I love about that movie. By the way, shout out to Rick Moranis coming out of retirement for Spaceballs 2, by the way.
Lord Helmet!
But now I'm a little fuzzy on this, so I might have my details slightly off. But my understanding is the Audrey puppet was extremely slow and cumbersome, even with like as well as they were doing it. So it obviously poses a problem. Like, you've got this slow and cumbersome puppet; it's not moving as fast as you want it to to be on camera. So what do you do? And my understanding is Rick Moranis, in the scenes he shoots where he's in shots with Audrey being puppeteered, he's actually acting in slow-mo in sync so that they can speed it up in post and make it look full speed. So it's like that.
I think I remember hearing that. Yeah. That is a skill, yeah, to draw out everything but still play it as serious and as normal and have it still come across that way. Yeah, I think I remember reading that yeah, especially with when Audrey gets big, because, you see in the film Audrey go from like hand puppet size to being like gargantuan. And it's one of the reasons why, as a stage production, I'd love to see it, because that's a fantastical amount of practical effects on a stage production too, because that's live puppetry on stage. And I mean, like, I remember seeing Into the Woods years ago as a kid on stage, and like, when the giant shows up, it's just like, at most they put a giant pair of feet onto the stage and sort of puppeteer out these two giant feet, because it's supposed to be everybody looking up and you can't see it. So it's all these tricks and playing with perspective and audience to either communicate the idea of something or say something. And yeah, Audrey's no small feat. Nom 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 nom. Audrey nom. But yeah, you need to watch that one. So,
yeah.
Well, what we haven't touched on here? I know you love this one. You've mentioned
games?
It. Well, no, we haven't touched on that either. But I was just thinking, we haven't brought up one that you brought up quite a bit when we were brainstorming. A certain Alan Tudyk film.
Oh yeah, Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
I was gonna say
that was another one I was prepping to watch, but today was really, really busy. I was coming back from my fiance's.
I didn't get a chance to finish even like my prep watching. I need to finish watching Tucker and Dale. I think I've seen about half of it.
Mm-hmm.
That one was so. If you name it, there's a horror comedy for it, and I feel like that one hits on like the Cabin in the Woods type stuff, which, by the way, Cabin in the Woods, another horror comedy film out there. Yeah. A very different flavor of it, but
it is. And to that point, since we've mentioned both of those, well, you mentioned both of those.
My fault.
I will ask you, which one do you like more?
This is gonna have a little bit of an angle to it and a disclaimer, because I haven't finished Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I've seen about half of it, whereas I've watched all of Cabin in the Woods. Now, that being said, It was several years ago. I would say right now, Cabin in the Woods to me is the one I enjoy more. But again, I say that with the caveat of I never finished Tucker and Dale versus Evil. But Cabin in the Woods, part of it is what really sticks with me from that one. I love it for the sort of fourth wall meta playing with the whole office underground. That's what I enjoy about Cabin in the Woods. I think that's why Cabin in the Woods to me is so fun, that you get all this horror, and then it's an office party, like taking bets on who this and controlling all of it. And I love that little bit of just like, the fuck? The fuck? But that's not to say that Tucker and Dale versus Evil isn't any good or anything, because it's who's acting alongside Alan Tudyk?
I don't know his name, but I'll look real quick.
They're so good. Regardless, they're so good together. And Alan Tudyk is so good at
It
comedy.
is Eli. No, I'm sorry. It is Tyler Labine.
Okay, not familiar with him. But
Um,
Alan Tudyk is so good, and they both work so well together, playing these kind of like the different kind of typical characters, but not typical. Of It's like you should be scared, but you're not because you realize they're really just these two wholesome guys that keep ending up being perceived as being entirely unwholesome, which to me
yeah.
I also think is delightfully hilarious.
I think they're wholesome. I
I
think
was
they're
gonna say
wholesome
they
in their own way.
Yeah, no, they're more wholesome. It's that the perception of them by like the characters is not
Mhm.
wholesome, which is part of the comedy of they're not trying to be murderous like hillbillies in the woods.
Yeah,
They just keep getting accidentally perceived as that.
and I think that that perception, in part, is what draws me more to Tucker and Dale than Cabin in the Woods,
This is
because
why I need to
both of them
finish it because
because both of them are playing with the idea of like how to set up a 3 act horror film and all the tropes that go into it and whatnot. Um, Tucker and Dale is more grounded in
hmm
that sense, right? Because it's just like two dudes, and one of them, in the beginning, like he sees one of the young campers who are trying to head out to the cabin, and he's like really nervous, and so like he gets like that weird like laugh and stuff that from their side of the view comes off as like a really scary like what's his name? Weird Ralph kind of vibe from Friday the 13th.
yep.
And then like they show up at their cabin. The younger people show up at Tucker and Dale's cabin, and like everything just like kind of goes bananas because the two of them are just like trying to live their life, trying to rebuild the cabin, and like it's just a series of unfortunate events that occurs
Like the
that
world's worst
gets
misunderstanding.
yes, it's
Yeah.
exactly that.
Yeah. Whereas Cabin in
um
the Woods is not so much that because the reality is that it is a group that's manipulating
Mm-hmm.
things. So,
mhm,
but it's much more meta. I feel like that's where the difference with them for me is one is more meta and kind of fourth
yeah,
wall of being very, very self-aware within its own world, being self-aware of, we have our virgin character, we have our jock character, like that, calling out itself for what it is. Whereas Tucker and Dale is much more grounded in just a world story taking place that happens to have all these problems.
and I think that I like that grounding more that
hmm
comes from Tucker and Dale
Yeah.
than from Cabin in the Woods. And
I
that's not to say that Cabin in the Woods is bad. It's just that Tucker and Dale just hits a little better for me.
There's a
exactly, yeah.
there's something fomenting in my brain thinking about the two of these. Like I haven't quite threaded the needle on this, but they almost feel like two sides of a thematic coin here. Tucker and Dale, like being about taking your preconceptions and putting them upon others to your own detriment. Because if memory serves, like Tucker and Dale have more or less come out of that movie. I mean, probably a little traumatized, but otherwise fine. The teenagers,
Mhm.
on the other hand, definitely don't. And Cabin in the Woods about like I mean this I worry this sounds maybe a little pretentious, but like the way societal and institutional forces sacrifice the new generation to their own ends. Now,
Yeah.
within the context of
No,
Cabin in the Woods, within
that's
the
very much kind of what it's doing,
and it's like within Cabin in
honestly.
the Woods, it's like, I mean, yeah, technically, without the sacrifice, we do enter the end of days. But it's like, I mean, could we fight the end of days? Do we have to continually sacrifice the teenagers?
I think it's
Mhm.
getting at like a
Mm-hmm.
perception of the ends justify the means. And also I think of like for the greater good. That whole concept of the greater good, and that's
like
Hot Fuzz. I think of Hot Fuzz with the old people killing everybody in and they're going the greater good, and you want to sit there and go, there is something really wrong about how we're going about this. So I want to put a pin in us here, say we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back.
Sounds good.
So,
and now the Confabulators present the many sounds of Liz Strauss playing games good.
Right. I don't like
No! Oh my gosh! What the fuck?
I don't trust anything right now. Oh God!
What the fuck?
Whoa, no.
Well, if you've just joined in, like I said, if you were here to watch somebody skillfully play this game, you really came to the wrong fucking place.
Chris is in the wrong place, Jessica's in the wrong outfit, Jill and Parker are being told that they don't even get to leave. So, you know what, guys? We're all fucked up here.
You have a guitar, Sheriff.
It's my melee weapon. Be careful.
Oh shit, he's right behind me. There's both of them! No! They came from both directions! I went one way and I turned and he was in the other! Okay, the hope for this is that it's not... I need to just... Fuck.
If you want to hear more of these sounds, please check out her channel at Lady Hyacinth 57 on Twitch. Thank you!
Howdy everyone, Dave here of the Confabulators. I just wanted to mention that my stream on Twitch is at twitch.tv/sheriff_Flynn, where I play a wide variety of games, usually with a horror theme. Sometimes they are FMVs, sometimes they are something such as a Metroidvania. And I will often upload those to my YouTube channel, Sheriff Flynn, where you can find anything that you might have missed from last time. Thank you very much, and keep on listening, friends.
Awesome.
Hey folks, it's your editor, E here. I'm here to tell you about my Twitch channel, Lanzalencia. I stream a variety of video games, from retro classics to recent releases. And every Monday, I do a series I call Mecha Mondays, where I check out different games with everyone's favorite giant robots from across video game history. Right now, I'm doing a run through the Square RPG classic Xenogears. I'll typically stream Monday and Wednesday nights, but if you miss them, I put the VODs up over on my YouTube page. Well, thank you for listening, and hope you enjoy the show.
All right.
And we're back.
We're back.
Hope you folks enjoyed that little ditty we put together for you.
Oh, yeah.
Now then, horror comedy.
Yes.
Where
did we leave off?
We were talking about Cabin in the Woods and Tucker and Dale.
And I believe that I said that Tucker and Dale was the one that I preferred because I liked the way that they did it a little bit more. Feels more up my alley.
It does feel up your alley, yeah. I have to admit, and I said Cabin in the Woods, but in truth, I have not finished watching Tucker and Dale, so I don't feel like my opinion is totally formed yet, because it doesn't help when haven't watched one all the way through. So it makes it hard to... I would not say mine is my final judgment. Mine is my current judgment based off incomplete knowledge.
Yeah.
One day I will complete that knowledge. Maybe not today, but one day.
One day.
Oh
But
man. Now
yeah.
you've seen Megan, and I know we touched on that briefly. So you're
Mhm.
looking forward to Megan 2.0. Any other horror comedies you're looking forward to?
Obviously, Scary Movie 6, because the Wayans are back.
Okay, so they
Um,
are classing it as just another sequel within the series.
yeah, Marlon was the one to break the news on his Instagram, actually.
Mm, exciting.
Yeah, he mentioned June 12th, 2026 is the date that they're aiming for.
I feel like 2026 is going to be a big year with movies
Yeah.
And
and games,
and
honestly. Kind of a big release
between
year.
that, The Naked Gun, and Spaceballs 2, we might be seeing a resurgence in spoofs and parodies.
That would be really interesting to see that come around because it's one of those things that I wouldn't say I expected entirely in terms of I wouldn't have expected it to be well done, yet it seems like these ones that we're seeing coming up are ones that have all been on some level in the woodworks for a long time. Like Spaceballs 2 has been something that's been tossed around for years, and I know Naked Gun was tossed around for a long time too. So and with the Wayans brothers returning for Scary Movie, it's like, okay, this seems like it's actually like a good run at this resurgence. It seems promising.
I think that this is a point in time where good parodies and spoofs will be very helpful to people.
Therapeutic, almost.
I think they'll be very important. And so I really, more so than usual, I really want these films to succeed.
Yeah. I think
and I hope that it also leads to more films in that genre that are actually good and not just like, oh, it's trending, throw some slop together.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's sort of emotionally, I think we're reaching a point culturally where everybody feels the need to have something that's a little over the top ridiculous, which is why, which is where like Scary Movie, Naked Gun, Spaceballs, they all hit. The originals all, like the very first ones, all hit that sort of level of absurdity that has given them a lot of staying power. Mm-hmm. And why people can just keep going back to them. If there's been like any big change, is some of the ones where like, sadly we won't have Leslie Nielsen back, but we're getting Liam Neeson, who has proven...
Whose name sounds similar.
Yes, same initials, and has also proven to have quite the chops even though you don't think of him as comedy, it's like the bits and pieces there, it's like, this man has the chops for it. And in some ways it works that he is really known as this stern action hero because it lends to that straight-faced absurdity that we know from Leslie Nielsen of like how serious he could look in his films while saying something ridiculous.
Yes, it's like, these days we think of Leslie Nielsen as, primarily a comedy actor, but if you look at his filmography, there's a lot of like, they might not be good, but they were serious sci-fi. Like was Forbidden Planet, right? Robbie the Robot. That's Leslie Nielsen.
Maybe.
I'll double check, but
Leslie Nielsen.
Yes, Leslie Nielsen.
Sorry, I was thinking Liam Neeson.
No, the similarity of their names is just so close.
And I was like, I don't remember that, but I remember Darkman.
Darkman,
yes,
which was also a dark.
Another Raimi film,
horror comedy. Another
Raimi's got a talent for horror comedy. I think he learned that after Evil Dead. Evil Dead was a moment. Let's be real here. Evil Dead was an era of discovery for him. He tried to make a horror movie. He ended up making something that works much better as a comedy, and he's leaned into that and gone, I've discovered a talent I did not realize I had developed.
Yeah. Drag Me to Hell was pretty alright, but I felt like it was a little too close to Evil Dead.
I never saw it, but I remember thinking
it looks...
I remember seeing trailers for it thinking it was serious, and then hearing later that it was actually quite tongue-in-cheek.
It was.
So
And it's got a lot of gross out stuff.
Evil Dead.
It's not terrible. There's some things that I'm not too keen on, like it leans into Roma stereotypes.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
That
which
happens
really
a lot
sucks.
that does happen a lot with some of the horror stuff out there, and
It really does.
it's nice to see social awareness be better now. I say better, not that it's perfect and that it's still got a fucking long way to go, but it is somewhat disappointing to go back and realize how casually we leaned into those stereotypes back in previous decades and years, and in film, because film really showcases how much culturally we leaned into making fun of that lifestyle and culture.
Yeah. Among others that were kind of just at
there
the
were
time.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of them, and I'm not saying it to disqualify others, but one that's particularly favored in horror for its ability for what people took advantage of to make that the gateway into something, horrific. And it's a little like, come on, guys, come on.
Well, I say that as in like, just to be like, there's so much, rather than like trying to say that you were noting one over others. I wasn't trying to do that at all.
Oh,
I apologize.
No, I wasn't trying to. Yeah,
we understood.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just so thick back then, and it's kind of interesting because some of the parodies and whatnot that we named, right, have some stuff in them that people could point to and be like, well, that's pretty messed up, that's pretty offensive, right? And yet people look at those films still very fondly and laugh and like sit back and enjoy them. It makes me wonder a couple things. One, what are those films gonna look like that are coming out, right? Two, if people were to go back and watch these originals, Scary Movie 1, 2, Naked Gun, most anything by Mel Brooks, stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Would they still watch them and still come away with the same thing that others who are older did, right?
Yeah. I think that speaks to somewhat of a... Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish that.
To give an example, Blazing Saddles uses the N-word a lot. And yet it's funny.
Yeah.
Because of the framing of it all and how it's like, how it's presented, really. And the fact that the people who are saying it are looked at as incredibly ignorant, stupid a-holes, right? I know I'm kind of getting off the side here, but
we're talking about comedy, so
yeah,
we're only a little bit comedy, off the side.
Right? If I can tie it in, I mean, since it is about comedy, I mean, it is the classic thing of like, are you punching up or are you punching down? Like, Blazing Saddles works because it's not punching down. It recognizes what the established social hierarchy in America was when the movie was set, but also like it is still a movie, like it's a Western, but it's also a movie about the present because of like those issues still persisted. A lot of society like to ignore that they were still persisting. It's like it was earlier on, like we don't have. It's like the start of we don't have racism anymore. We're getting over that now. But it's like, no, you haven't really gotten over it. You told yourselves you had, but the problems are still persisting. You've barely begun the work, and also like if you look at a lot of the media of the time, like you're still kind of fetishizing the old ways. You're still kind of fetishizing those old social hierarchies that
put white people above everything else, and black people, native and indigenous people, everyone else, like, they go right to the bottom of the barrel. Not practically. They go right to the bottom of the barrel. There's no real in between here. It's like white people on top, massive gap, and rest of you on the bottom. We don't care. This isn't your society. And
Mm-hmm.
and so like Brooks Brooks skewers the absurdity of that madness of that racial hierarchy. Or it's like, these guys think they're hot shit, and they're a bunch of stupid fucking rubes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I think that's the way that it still works, because it wasn't punching down on the weak and on the unjustly outcast. It was punching upwards at the people doing the oppressing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's that's a framing that, I mean, again, I come back to that, you know, Brooks's humor is not for everybody. I mean, my perfect example, my mother doesn't care for Mel Brooks films. My dad and I think they're hilarious. My mother does not care for them, and that's just because she doesn't do with the more crude, crass humor. So it's not going to be something for everybody. But what I do see in it is somebody who's very aware of certain social constructs, hierarchies, but doesn't have a malicious intent. You know, when you've got characters that are part of other groups, other cultures, other minorities, he teases at them, but those are usually the more compelling, but those tend to be the more compelling, interesting characters, or characters that bring a dynamic or force the main characters to undergo change or undergo kind of personal evolutions. I think of To Be or Not to Be. And we're really getting off the rails here, but To Be or Not to Be is a personal favorite of mine. Brooks and Anne Bancroft playing a theater couple, Polish couple in Poland right as the Nazis arrive. So it becomes a big point of it. Now, recall also, Brooks is Jewish. Yeah, it comes from a Jewish upbringing. So, he pokes fun a lot at being kind of like, and I have family that my dad's side of the family is Jewish. So there's a lot that we laugh at personally because it is so very in line. Yes, it's stereotypes, humor and that, but it's something that even my dad and like our family, we have a good laugh at because it's like, yeah, we know what they're referring to. And Brooks pokes fun at Jewishness, and he is that. He recognizes some of the absurdity in it, but that film, I think, walks a very good, point of put all that aside, that the main characters are not supposed to be Jewish, they're Polish, but they end up hiding Jews, which is how they get targeted by the Nazis, and it results in this whole sort of comedy moment where a bunch of Nazis are like, we want you to put on a show at your theater because we know you and your wife are these great theater people, and they're trying to sneak a bunch of Jews they've been hiding in the theater out of the theater while the Nazis are there watching, and oh yeah, Hitler shows up, and then Brooks's character has to disguise himself as Hitler. Again, comedy of just comedy. But it ends up with these very heartfelt modes where it's like, yeah, he makes fun of being Jewish, but he also understands, watching that movie, it's very evident that he recognizes the tragedy and the plight that it was to be Jewish, and that it can be facing anti-Jewish sentiments, the Nazis, what they were doing, and how dangerous and scary he was. And that movie especially laces kind of facing these horrors through the lens of comedy. I think of a scene where the people are sneaking out, but they're doing so by sneaking them out by disguising all the Jews and the people they're hiding in their theater as characters in one of their sketches, which happens to be a clown car, so they can kind of excuse all these people coming out of this clown car wandering up the aisle and disappearing. And you realize as a viewer that you're looking at a bunch of non-actors just being put into get up and makeup to try to make them look like they're characters in the show so they can sneak them past all these zombies. And there's a tension to that scene. Like, you're sort of laughing, and the characters, like the Nazis are all supposed to be laughing, but there's a tension to the scene too where, these people are scared. They're terrified because they're walking past people who want them dead. but they have to be in this absurd getup to do it because it's the only way they can be snuck out. And I think there's a definite recognition of what these kinds of hateful attitudes, the impacts they have on people, and he recognizes it, and he uses comedy again as a way to force people to kind of face the absurdity of it, to face the absurdity of some of these perspectives, but also to face something that's uncomfortable.
It also occurs to me as you say that, like, he's literalizing the thing he's doing. He's using comedy to sneak in the message, just as, like, the refugees are being made into clowns to get past the Nazis. They don't realize what's happening. Though the minor difference is, like, we're supposed to understand what's going on. The Nazis, on the other hand, you really hope they don't understand what's going on, because then bad things will happen.
Yeah, and I think that's something he does. Also, I'm not going to lie, I thoroughly enjoy that he doesn't pull any punches when he makes fun of Hitler in any of his films. It's delightful. The producers, to me, is gloriously hilarious.
Anything that lampoons or knocks on those weirdos is phenomenal to me.
Oh, if
just like how we love Wolfenstein and getting to punch zombie Nazis, because the beauty of them being zombies is they come back and you get to punch them again.
Dave, you have
cue Nazi flying off into the universe.
Dave, you have not started New Colossus yet, right?
I think I'm on the second one. I haven't brought it back yet. I need to.
Do you know about the Hitler scene?
Oh yes. Yes, I do.
For our Voidwalkers.
Just put a pin in that when I get to that game.
I was going to say Voidwalkers. We will return to that. We will come back to this. Now, horror comedy. As we once again, we at least got to we were still in comedy, and I think what we're getting at here is the ability. I think what we're getting at, and why horror comedy is frankly such a common thing. You see, there is a lot of horror comedy out there. Some better than others. Some just the campy grade B of, if you can think it, they'll make a move. Somebody will make a movie of it. I'm thinking of like the really dumb horror comedies, like the how many different types of a zombie movie can we make, and you shouldn't take any of these ones seriously because I'm sorry, Zombievers, Zombie Beavers.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Although I still want to see that one that we, Dave. I think you shared a trailer for it in another one of among another group, but it was the one where it's like the murderous sheep. That Australian film where it's like, I think it's called like Black Sheep or something like that, but it's actually like sheep that get like some kind of virus or something, and they turn literally like rabid murderous. And I kind of want to see that for its own absurdity.
I feel like I've blacked out.
I am going to look that up and try to figure out what that was. Because I remember seeing a trailer for it going, that looks insane. I think it's an Australian-made film. It looked absolutely insane, unhinged, but also like somebody decided to make sheep murderous. And I am 100% here for some of it. So some horror comedy is so far off the rails.
I think
yes,
the
Black
one
Sheep.
that is
no, that's a different movie entirely. Never mind.
that's Chris Farley.
Yes, that's
David
the Chris
Spade.
Farley.
Yeah,
yes.
Totally different. Then.
That's full on comedy. No, I think the weirdest one that I've seen, at least the trailer of, or at least heard of, is one called Tired, and it's about a psychic tire that goes around killing people.
I love it. I love it because it makes no sense, and I don't think I actually ever want to see it. I just love it because it exists, because I feel like, especially when it comes to horror movies, if you can think of it, somebody somewhere has spent money to make it a movie.
Yeah. And like I've heard of things like Birdemic and other like weird stuff like that people know famously because of how bad they are.
Yeah.
And like, all right.
Deathbed, the bed that eats.
But there's like, yeah, the bed that eats, or what is that one? There's one in particular that got like a trilogy. Hang on.
I just thought of Teeth. Murder Vagina.
The vagina dentata one.
Yeah. I think that one's literally called
one.
Teeth.
I think it is.
Yeah. Murderous vagina.
Oh, Liz, by the way, yeah, it is also your movie is called Black Sheep. That is 2006.
It's just this was an Australian. Yeah, I was gonna say this was just an Australia. New Zealand. Okay, I knew it was somewhere in that neck of the woods. So yeah, it's not U.S. made, but yeah, it's
let's see here.
Murderous, rabid, diseased, whatever have you, sheep killing people. The trailer was hilarious.
So there's a Canadian one, and it's a trilogy, and it's bonkers. It's called Baby Oopsie.
Oh gosh, that sounds bonkers.
I hate this name.
And
with a title like that.
It's about a lady who makes dolls, if I remember right, and she makes one that comes to life. It is used in satanic rituals. Like it tries to make satanic rituals and kill people and stuff. And it's a trilogy. There's 3 of them.
Wow.
And the same main lady comes back over and over again, kind of like Puppet Master, right? But Baby Oopsie has better continuity than Puppet Master.
Oh my God.
The Puppet Master series doesn't have good continuity, but Baby Oopsie does.
That is, I don't know. It's these things that just make me wonder, because there's such an absurdity. It's also hilarious when you get these absurdities, and then this one has more continuity than this one that did like the same idea, and it's just so. I mean, again, this is where I'm kind of like, if you can think of it, somebody's probably made a movie of it.
Oh yeah, like another one I thought of. I'm sorry, Basket Case.
My God,
that one a lot of people know.
You know what?
I know the one
I'm gonna point out a hilarity that I need y'all out there who like making your low budget B horror comedies. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Involves stinking peeps. Like literally, like the peeps, not that just appear at Easter, because now we get peeps for every season. You go buy a CVS or a Rite Aid. During any season, you will find some form of marshmallowy, sugared, bitter-tasting peep that's being sold for like $1, and then usually the day after, it's marked down to like 5 cents. I need a horror comedy with peeps, and it just needs to be called Peeps.
Somebody will do it.
Please, somebody.
That reminds me.
Actually, my old roommate and I made our own little short film about Peeps. Mm-hmm. And we called it Peeps.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Oh, did you? I don't think you guys ever saw that one. Oh. It was the result of, I kid you not, 2 a.m. in the morning in our apartment. Our other roommate was asleep in her bed, and her bed at the time was in the loft. So we were sitting there, but we knew she also slept like the dead. So, my old roommate and our other roommate and I could sit there and be a little weird and goofy, and we knew we weren't worried about waking her up. And it literally ensued of us filming. We took 2 peeps, gave them toothpicks like spears, and then stuck them on a plate in the microwave. To decide to see who would win and who would lose.
Yeah.
I made a dramatic movie. It was a dramatic movie.
What was it that I was thinking of? There was another thing I was thinking of.
There's just so
that's
much.
Gone.
There's so much out there, which, I mean, and that was the thing that threw me when I started looking at, like, horror comedy movies, because of course, the moment you say horror comedy, my brain's gonna run a complete blank. So I'm like, okay, what are some ones? Because I know if I look at like other people's lists and others like, IMDb and all this other stuff, I'll start to remember, oh yeah, I've seen this, this is what it is. And again, the thing that really gets me is just how much there is out there. There is so much. But then realizing, and this is me tracing all the way back to like, horror was a genre I stayed away from for a long time because it was scary. And now I enjoy it. And it used to be I didn't understand people And if you'd asked me, I'd have told you I don't understand people who love horror movies. You know, there would have been a day, Dave, where I would have said, I don't understand you. But now it's like, it's seeing the entertainment, the comedy, and realizing that I think even outside of horror comedies as well, the reason people enjoy it is entertainment. And I think because a lot of us do find humor. And that's where horror comedy really scratches like an extra, like another layer to that, because it says things are shit, but it's easier to cope with it. You don't have to back away from it. You don't have to hide it. But humor can make it easier to digest it. And then, I mean, you know, and you get one, and it allows, horror comedy allows you to tell stories, I think, that you otherwise would not be able to tell to an audience because they would be too uncomfortable, would be too difficult to face. Even fictional stories, like Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I'm going to throw out a hypothetical. How would that movie land if you took all the comedy out of it? It was just like, think about how hard to digest that story would be of two guys just minding their own business. They live in the country. They're not really understood by people, and these teenagers show up, and this whole misunderstanding ensues. I mean, if you take out the comedy, it would be a very depressing story about people just misunderstanding completely and getting hurt by it.
Man.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine it without the comedy.
Because
that's how entrenched the concept is.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why, because you really can't tell that story, I think, in a way that audiences will engage with without comedy, because then it almost just becomes this sort of uncomfortable experience where you're just being faced with how utterly broken humans are.
Mm-hmm.
And it to me, there's nothing, it would be a totally different experience of entirely discomfort. Cabin in the Woods. Yes, there's an absurdity to this whole thing, but the underlying darkness of these young people being used as bait and manipulated by these other people who just see them as a means to an end, serving the greater good. You know, if you took out all the comedic elements of that, you're just left with something that's very dark. And I think that's where comedy horror works so well. Because it allows you to explore these stories in a way that is a little safer for audiences. And not that you're toning it down, but it allows you to kind of go there in a way that's kind of like, it's almost like holding the audience's hand or giving them kind of a nightlight. You know, it doesn't take away from being in a dark room or the room itself, but it gives you a little bit of distance from whatever it is.
It avoids
emotionally.
You from blackpilling on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a fascinating element to me, because I think horror comedy more overtly touches on elements of why people also enjoy horror. So there's my little aside on that, and my little epiphany of now I'm going to start thinking about how all these movies would land if you took out all the comedy to them, and it's going to be just like depressing.
Evil Dead 2. Oh, it's just Evil Dead.
Yeah. Basically, which we all know which scene makes everybody uncomfortable in Evil Dead, so basically you just go back to that, of a movie that makes you very uncomfortable.
I love the people who look at the original and go, that's the real one right there. That's the good one. When even Sam Raimi has mentioned his regret for that scene.
I know. And then you get movies that don't comedically parrot, but maybe don't comedically mirror that scene. And I'm only thinking of one film here, but that does actually do something. But in its regard, it's a little bit much, but at the same time, I'm also like, I'm sort of torn between this is a little much. but I also see it having much more of an intention in why it was done in this film, and I'm talking about Silent Hill and the barbed wire.
God, oh my God,
My first
I
thought
hate
was Evil
that
Dead, but with barbed
scene.
wire. But yeah, we
Ugh.
hate it. It's comfortable. It walks very much where, depending on your take, it's over the line or not. But in Silent Hill, what I will say is, I don't want to say it makes sense, because it's not that it makes sense, but it serves a much more deliberate purpose. That was a deliberate choice, doing it.
Yeah.
Whereas with Evil Dead, you can look at that and kind of go, yeah, we never needed this. This is sort of just being extreme for its own sake. Silent Hill, it's like, this is deliberate. This is deliberate. And, you know, could you have done that finale without that? Yeah, you could have done it without it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not to say that that was essential. I just see more of why that was there.
Yeah.
Man, that was uncomfortable, though.
It's still hard. It's still hard for me
I'm
to
glad
see
they
it.
didn't. I'm just glad they didn't dwell on it heavily, which I think was a smart choice with it. Of it's there, and it's there just enough to make you uncomfortable as a viewer, but it's not dwelt on extensively.
I don't know. For maybe it's just like I've only seen it the one time, because it's like I walked out of that movie feeling like that's enough for me for that. That felt wrong in multiple levels. But like for me, like,
Silent Hill was hard to watch
really,
the first time.
That felt really misogynistic to me at the time, and I think
Silent Hill, yeah.
And I think part of it was going in reading Christoph Gans's comments about the changes he made. Like I think he has very certain ideas about gender roles and like the way men act and the way women act. Like it's kind of like, I would say infamous, but I think most people have forgotten this interview by now. Like the entire reason he made it about, like, he changes it from like the Harry type character to being the mother is because like he's flat out in an interview said, yeah, like, oh yeah, I don't see a dad doing this. I don't see how a dad could be this concerned and this panicked for his daughter. I can't see a man doing that. So it's like the like those comment. It's also like, if memory serves, vaguely fetishistic comments about lesbians. Like if he could just make a movie about all women, then he'd do it. So I kind of went into the movie. I was like, I want to see this movie because of Silent Hill, but I'm also going in after all these interviews and thinking, like, I'm already thinking Gans has issues about women, and they're not the healthiest issues. So I go in and I see that, and I'm like, oh, this is just... none of this is good. None of this seems like it's coming from the right place after hearing this stuff. This feels like...
and
like, I'm fine with things being explicit in a movie, but it felt very... oh god, it felt exploitative in a way that the games absolutely are not. You know what I mean? And sorry if I'm getting us on a tangent there.
Yeah. The part of the movie that to me really felt exploitative was Pyramid Head's first appearance in that outside the church with that girl. That's the scene that really rubbed me the wrong way. What I will say, my takeaway, I didn't have all the other knowledge of Christoph Gans or anything like that. But what I saw was, and what I've seen, I feel like has been characteristic of Silent Hill across the board, even the games though, is some very specific, not necessarily specific comments, but observations of gender. Because the nurses are out of the game.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a very striking, very gendered visual. And I think there, to me, the movie was commenting on it, especially given that the context of what the trauma was supposed to be, on the experience of the child. To me, I came away with kind of an underlying, in the other times I've watched it, I've come away with an underlying comment of how society responds to women, women's trauma, women's experiences, and women when they take ownership of their roles. And those were kind of my takeaways. Makes it hard because they do it through the lens of having female characters that are very contrary to that. Which is why that final scene to me feels very, very deliberate. You know, almost that final, like that climax. It's like they want it to be kind of almost a hateful response to a female character who has been hateful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not saying it's a good decision. It's just, it was an interesting experience for me coming away, especially, you know, given my upbringing and my child growing up, as a woman, and everything.
And there's other things in that movie too that don't make sense, like Pyramid Head makes zero sense.
That movie
because of his
tried
meaning
a lot.
His Pyramid Head's meaning to James is incredibly specific. Mm-hmm. Just like the nurses are incredibly specific and all the other things they borrowed from the video games are incredibly specific.
They really tried to throw in a lot of just very Silent Hill stuff. But then they had to manipulate things around it to make it make sense in a story that wasn't one we had told in Silent Hill before.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge with bringing games to film of, do you tell the exact story or do you tell a new story? And if you're going to tell a new story, do you keep things in that audiences will recognize from the old ones for the sake of nostalgia? But if so, how do you make them make sense? And that's a whole other conversation that I will not dip into because I think that's going to become its own tangent Trust me, I could that Resident Evil, I'm looking at you.
Well, we're putting a couple pins in
We've
Silent Hill.
So many pins.
As well as women in horror, because I know that we definitely want to get a guest for women in horror.
We have a special mutual friend who she and I have already had conversations about women in video games, so we can talk women in horror, especially because she helped me get into horror more.
Have you spoken with her yet about the possibility?
We will touch on that. I would say we'll touch on that in a bit. But to our Voidwalkers, don't worry, we're going to circle back to women in horror, and that is going to be a very special episode out there. I'm looking forward to that one. So, horror comedy. This has been like the episode of tangents.
It has.
This is like the most ADHD episode. like horror comedy. Let's talk about everything else.
Which I will say, there are some in video games too.
There are.
You've got one that we brought up before, Haunted, starring Poltergeist, which probably before this is up, we are hopefully going to be playing a competitive round of Poltergeist. E and I, we have never played that game before, even though I've made reference to it because
none of us have played it. So.
But we are going to try to play it for the first time together on the Confabulator stream, and we are going to see who can get the furthest.
Yeah.
Or who can beat it first.
Which may have already happened by the time this episode.
Yeah.
We're
figuring it out.
Which I'm going to flash forward and point out to our Voidwalker that by the time you're hearing this episode, we probably already will have done that. So this is us we're still trying to figure it out. So you get a little bit of insight to our heads when we're in pre-production mode.
and hey, to y'all in the future, the Switch is on. The VOD will be preserved, and the VOD will be in the YouTube account by the time this airs.
Yes. So that'll be glorious. We'll have a playlist started for stream specific stuff.
We can definitely do that.
But we've also got Dead Rising.
Yes.
Which stars Frank West, a journalist, if I remember right.
He's shot wars,
Yes. E, could you take us a little bit through Dead Rising? Because I think you have the most experience with it.
So my experience with Dead Rising initially comes from of all things, the Wii version of the game. Because that got a Wii... Originally, it was kind of like... Okay, let me phrase it this way. Capcom's got two big zombie games in their catalog. Liz, of course, Resident Evil, and the other is the Dead Rising series. And Dead Rising, like, while Resident Evil is survival horror, Dead Rising is, what if you could just go to town on, like, thousands of zombies Dynasty Warrior style at once? And like, both games will play into the tropes of zombie fiction, but while Resident Evil can be campy, it's still a fairly serious thing. Dead Rising is goofy as hell. It has human bosses called psychopaths who are like these extreme stereotypes of various kind of genre trope characters, like the chef who's gone insane because there's no one around to eat their food, and there's so many zombies around. A bunch of escaped prisoners driving around a mall interior courtyard in the ATV they've stolen and are shooting just everyone living and undead that are moving around. And you're just trying to survive, all based and rescue as many survivors as you possibly can to the designated safe house in the game, all while a timer is constantly counting down and getting you closer and closer to the end of the game. And so I picked it up. I rented it on the Wii, and then when I finally had an Xbox 360, I got Dead Rising 2, which is arguably the peak of the series. It's like, one of the things it introduces is, like, all sorts of zombie films. It's like, let's think of creative ways we can go and fight zombies, and Dead Rising 2 leans into that so heavily with, like, the combo system for weapons. So, for example, you can take an ore. You can take two chainsaws. What if you turned those ores and two chainsaws into a giant bepaddled dual spear that you are just swinging through a crowd of undead? All while, for example, wearing the most cockamamie bullshit costumes that you can find in these scenarios, like running around like with a Servbot head from Mega Man Legends on your head, otherwise dressed as a firefighter, while running through this horde of zombies, grabbing a wheelchair, grabbing a battery. You smack the battery and the wheelchair together. Then you find some machine guns. Now you've outfitted the machine guns onto your quote-unquote electric wheelchair, and you are just piloting this thing around, shooting zombies left and right. It is ludicrous and beautiful, and my God, I gotta play that again. I finally gotten a copy. It was like $5 on sale, and I am so looking forward to finally playing that game again. Until they finally announce a new remaster of it, which I'll be like, fuck, I was too soon with this. That was a ramble.
Yeah, but it explained it pretty clearly, so that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that I've mentioned before that has gone from horrific to comedy, because it, just like The Room, Hatred.
Oh my gosh!
The murder spree, shoot 'em up,
murder for murder's sake.
Murder for murder's sake, video game that people, after it was lambasted thoroughly and worried about by the press, has become so well known for that it has come around 180 degrees and is something that people do as comedic joy, because it is ultra edgelord to the point of falling off that edge.
Oh my gosh. Well, and to think of a couple others, on that note, you got me thinking of Inside the Backrooms. The Backrooms little series, which is kind of co-op puzzle solving, or you can do it by yourself, but all the while, weird murderous things might come get you. And you will die, or you will see creepy things, and oops, you made a decision. It's like Riven puzzle solving where you're not really, it's like escape the back rooms. Okay, that's kind of the only thing is escape, but otherwise you don't really have any other indicators of what to do, so you're sort of just clicking on things and seeing what happens. In the meantime, oh yeah, don't let that thing that sees you come run across the room and grab you, because if it does see you, it will chase you and it will kill you. And you have no means to fight it. Just run away. Just run away. Run away
Very
from
nice.
the murderous entity. The other game I thought of, and this one to me, parody exists in games too. What's a game that we all remember from our childhoods that we all, whether or not we had it or played it, we all are familiar with it. And I'm talking an old PC game, Journey Across America, that's stuck with all of us. Die of
Sam and Max
Dysentery.
hit the road.
Die of Dysentery.
Oh, Oregon Trail.
Oregon Trail. Well, I forget what group made it, but I have it. It's delightful. There is a parody version made not too long ago called Oregon Trail.
I feel like I've heard of this.
It's Oregon Trail. It's Oregon Trail, but with zombies.
Yep.
You could still die of you can still die of dysentery. That's the thing that delights me. Yeah. It's Oregon it's literally Oregon Trail, but now it's zombie apocalypse America.
Oh my god.
And you might die by zombies, you might die by evil survivors, you might just die of dysentery.
Yeah.
Will I die fording the river again?
I don't know. I haven't played that far in it.
you gotta caulk it first.
But it's very classic. It's done visually as Oregon Trail is. So it's the exact same visual quality of Oregon Trail.
Like
so it's just it's a complete throwback. You'd literally it's meant to feel like you're playing Oregon Trail except there's zombies.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what if Oregon Trail plus zombies? And they made a game.
Makes sense.
It's delightful. So spoof and parody exist even in the games, because that exists.
I would like to offer another one, and it's such an amazing game. I had it in the 90s, back when it had its first name, but they changed it because of copyright issues.
Of course.
Or trademark issues. One of the two. I think it's trademark. But it was known in the 90s as Nightmare. And then they had to change it to Atmosphere with an F.
I'm sorry, that title is just kind of hilarious to me.
It's a VHS game. And now it's somebody uploaded all the videos because there's like expansions to YouTube. And the creators released in I think 2023 or 2021, somewhere around there, they released the 30th anniversary of this game. And you basically picked one of 6 different monster archetypes. So you had Khufu the Mummy, you had Baron Samedi, you had Helen the Witch, you had I can't remember the werewolf's name. Who were the others? There's 2 others that I can't remember offhand. But there were 6 of them.
I have
right?
that for a second.
In the original game. Huh?
I have that for you in a second. Okay, the witch, the zombie. Okay, and the gatekeeper, Andish Entrain, the witch.
Is the witch.
Baron Samedi is the zombie. Countess Elizabeth Bathory, the vampire. Gil'dan, the werewolf. Helen, the poltergeist. Khufu, the mummy, as you already mentioned, and Medusa, the gorgon.
Yep. Medusa was later then, because she's not in the original. I forget who's in the original. Anyway,
that aside.
So it would be a VHS game, right? You put in the VHS, and then you had a guy who had a hood on, and some sort of weird, creepy Jedi guy or something like that, and he would yell at you, and all throughout. The timer is going because you have 60 minutes to beat this game. And you're all playing against each other and with each other.
Oh,
it's
wow.
semi-cooperative, but
Semi.
all the cards and stuff you get fuck with other people in the game. Like a mutual friend of our group, her name is Rachel. Shout out Rachel.
Rachel.
We were playing it on Tabletop Simulator. I own a copy of the 30th anniversary. It's fine. But she had to do a thing where she had to roll her age before play could continue. And during that time, I had a card. I had a card that says, when the young one's turn, because it differentiates between the young person and the old person in this game. So whoever's youngest, whoever's oldest. You, the person who has this card, has to say random numbers while they're trying to roll their age. And it's on 2d6 die that they're rolling their age. So I'm sitting there going like 4, 7, 9, 3, 5, and she's trying to roll and keep track of her number. And after I think I don't remember if she made it or not. But after that, I apologized to her because I could hear her frustration. And I showed her the card in Tabletop Simulator. I was like, here's the card. I was doing this.
Yeah, I was following the card.
Yeah. Because she was like, I was about to mute you. And I was like, you know what? I completely understand.
How to make somebody rage quit a game.
She was getting a little heated about it. I completely understand.
Oh my god.
The game wants you to like ruin your friendships is all it wants you to do.
Yeah. But
Dave,
but then later on we got to play.
You go first, but I've got something's brewing in my head.
Later on we got to play live. We lost that round. We still lost when we were there at her birthday because I brought the physical game to them. But it was really, really fun. It's a fun game to play with friends, get a group together, and just like you go. All the first 4 VHSs are uploaded to YouTube. So that's the Gatekeeper. Then number 2 is Baron Samedi, which is what the 30th anniversary comes with. It comes with the components for those 2. Then the third one is Anne the Witch. And the last one is Elizabeth Bathory, the vampire. And each of them, I believe, are 60 minutes. They all have a time limit. They all have their own components. I was able to ask somebody about the components for the witch and vampire one, and they gave like a PDF of all those cards. So we got those printed out and cut up. So you can play any of those first 4. And there were others, like there was a DVD one that featured Khufu the Mummy, and it was a little bizarre in the way that it looked. I haven't played it or anything like that, so I know nothing about it. But yeah, like the first 4 are just fantastic.
Looking at the
I love
wiki
it.
here, they made an unofficially released video game, but it looks like it got leaked for the Super Nintendo.
Oh, really?
A ROM image of an unreleased Atmosphere video game for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System was released onto the internet by Hidden Palace. It was development by Beam Software in 1994, but canceled for unknown reasons. The current dump of the game is 90% complete, with the game crashing glitch that happens on the Egypt level. So if you don't mind playing a broken game, there's some history there for you, folks.
There you go. You know, there's something interesting in going through these different games that kind of fit into horror comedy. The one thing that's kind of funny to me is I'm noticing with games, it's a lot more cooperative, other than a few of them, like Dead Rising. There's a lot more cooperative element and sort of one-off situational or puzzle solving, where whereas with films, we get more a narrative storyline. And it's just interesting to me because it's an element of, you know, the difference in the mediums. What works for a horror comedy film versus a horror comedy game, where one is heavily interactive. Like, it makes me start to wonder of would it even work to tell like a horror comedy story in a game, or does the interactive mean that you need to have a component in there that's a little more separated from just a singular narrative? The way you would get in a film. It's just it's funny because it's just striking me because all of these are Dead Rising might be the only one I can think of that has more of a singular character, but
well,
or like it's kind of a more singular story. But even then, the question would be of okay, is it telling a singular story or it's just a curiosity to me. It got me thinking because what I'm hearing in horror comedy for games is very different from what I hear in horror comedy for film.
A lot of it does feel emergent.
So I haven't played much of it because it's a real hard game. But Cthulhu Saves the World is one that follows a singular overarching plot.
Yeah.
And follows like the main character Cthulhu, who loses his powers and has to team up with a group of people in order to save the world and get his powers back. It's kind of cute from the bit that I did get to play, but it's incredibly hard.
Which maybe works against it.
We didn't mention. Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Oh yeah. Zombies Ate My Neighbors. How could I forget that one? I love that game.
But in relation to the question, is that one that works in relation to the question, or is it again a much more emergent?
I mean, it's
still on the question of.
It's designed to be a goofy, like family-friendly take on zombies, but
yeah, it's level by level. It's got kind of a singular overarching story. But you're really focused on the gameplay.
Yes.
And see,
it's much more about the gameplay.
And see, that's the line that I'm seeing between like the big differentiation between horror comedy and gaming versus horror comedy and film. And for me, why I don't personally think of horror comedy in game as much. There's comedic takes or spoof or parody, but where it's not in the same way that you will get, say, in film, where you get a very deliberate, we're going to tell a horror story with comedy. A little bit more. Like in game, there is a very experiential element in games.
Yeah.
That I wonder if it's just. It makes me wonder if people just haven't tried it, or if it has been tried and not landed.
Another one I'll point to is the Dark Side Detective. I've gotten through a portion of it. I haven't beaten it, but I've gotten through enough of a portion of it that I can say there's an overarching story that's going on. It's a point and click adventure.
Yeah.
But it does deal with like this detective going through a series of crimes. And there's like some sort of like eldritch horror issue going on behind the scenes that it's building for him to have to figure out. So it is a game that does do an overarching story. Some people just may not consider point and click adventures as a game, whereas others do.
Yeah,
like,
I guess
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I generally, in my perspective and what I know, I mean, I haven't played a lot of point and click, but generally, the folks I've been around, they've been seen as a game. It's just an earlier form, maybe. Not that they don't make them now. It's just a form that isn't maybe interactive the way that, like, most games we encounter now, where you're like, whether you're platformer, side scrolling, or like 3D world adventure interactive. It's just a little bit different in the control mechanism, because the control mechanism is not necessarily some big complicated thing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do 18-hit combos.
Yeah.
In Dark Side Detective.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not huge amounts of controllers. In some ways, it's just they've simplified the control mechanism to make it more focused on other aspects of the game, which is completely fair. I mean, look at what control mechanisms used to be in games. They used to be much more basic, so why would you
I mean, you had like a button and a stick.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering is if, for horror comedy, what works in horror comedy for games seems to me that it's much more reliant on user experience to lend the comedy to it, which almost makes me wonder that the more like, other than some of these specific ones where, like, they maybe have lighter hearted or more tongue-in-cheek stories or more silly, but because to me, a lot of my experience of comedy with horror in gaming is more my response to releasing the tension from the horror game, or laughing because, whoops, I died the umpteenth time, or this character had this happen. It almost makes me wonder if that's more horror comedy in games as more the user bringing their comedic perspective into it.
There
if
are
that makes any sense.
Traditional, like, narrative comedy elements in games. I have not played it, but one that immediately.
But would we have one that actually is called horror comedy as a game? That's I think where my question lies.
One that comes to mind. I haven't gotten to play it, but my understanding of it is being horror comedy. Lollipop Chainsaw, which was, I forget if it's fully what his. I know he writes and produces on it. James Gunn. So you kind of have an idea of what to expect there. You play as a high school cheerleader, and I forget her name at the moment, and, like, there's a zombie outbreak that she has to stop, and wielding a chainsaw, and, like, her boyfriend gets sort of killed and is a living talking head that she has strapped to her hip throughout the entire game, and is voiced by,
that's
I think,
getting towards
voiced by I forget his name. He was he played Lex Luthor in Smallville and the Flash in the DCAU.
Okay. So I don't remember his name either, but done things.
Yes.
But see, that's getting more towards what I would think, like, kind of horror comedy is kind of what I was, like, getting at, is, like, do we see a lot of that in games, or is it more, you know, where it is kind of a narrative that is kind of incorporating kind of, like, that does kind of the same thing that we see in films. Because let's be real, I could hear the same premise being pitched as a film.
Well,
you know, not necessarily a
regard,
good movie, but, you know, but it's why otherwise is whereas, where are the commonalities between horror comedy and in film and game versus where do they differ? Because otherwise, offhand, you don't see a lot of horror comedy in games.
Well, one thing that also
at least not what I'd call conventionally.
One thing that comes to mind that stands out, and this, before I say this, where do we consider Ghostbusters, the films, on this spectrum? Are they horror comedy?
I would consider that comedy with horror elements.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't consider it horror.
They're almost
comedy.
more in the supernatural comedy.
Okay. Because, like, there is also the Ghostbusters game from back in the PS360 era, which is, like, it's basically Ghostbusters 3 before they finally went and made Ghostbusters 3.
I'm glad that you clarified that, because my brain immediately went to Ghostbusters for the Atari 2600.
There's also there's also the one on PC and the NES that's basically a business sim that I sucked at as a child.
There's a lot of Ghostbusters out there, basically.
I mean,
but yeah,
to be fair, the basic premise of Ghostbusters is a bunch of schlubs become exterminators in New York City.
That is true.
Yeah, it's a business decision.
Yeah.
Also, I think that the PS360 one was, like, Harold Ramis's final role.
Oh.
Wow. But yeah, it's just, you guys got me thinking, talking about it, because I realized that, you know, for other horror, we can think of these big narrative-centric games. But with comedy, it's a lot harder in games, I think, to identify kind of a typical, like, not, I don't want to say typical, but something that's a little more narrative-centric versus something that's much more dependent on the comedy being experiential. Like, Dave, as you and I've experienced it, you more than me, but Left 4 Dead with friends.
Yeah.
You know, where there's kind of comedic elements, what truly brings the comedy into Left 4 Dead. There's an environment and some situational stuff around it, but it's very dependent on also the people you play with and having fun with friends. Dead by Daylight, again, very experiential, and perhaps very much more leveled into the experiential because visually Dead by Daylight tends to be very dark. And not like, oh, it's dark screens, but their visuals are even, I think of the contrast to in Dead by Daylight, the settings are from horror movies, other horror stories. The villains are true horror villains. Everybody's meant to look protagonist. What's funny is the experience of getting out of there, whereas there is a little bit more of an overt comedicness, like, the line that I still laugh in when we played Left 4 Dead when I was doing the that one charity marathon, and I turned and, you have a guitar, Sheriff. It's my melee weapon. And you were standing there with a guitar. And and that's more overtly like they thrown in that sort of absurdity of unconventional weapons. And I love it. But that I think the core comedic experience is actually the experience of it's meant to be played with friends and fun with friends. And that's sort of the hilarity is what happens. I don't hear people talk about Left 4 Dead hilarity in the context of, oh, this game. It's always in the context of this happened, and so left me to do this, or came in and did this, and then I still died, and then this still showed up. So it's very dependent on the cooperative element.
Yeah. And I think that part of the difficulty with comedy horror is not one thing scares everyone, but there are a lot of things that scare some.
And not one thing makes everybody laugh. But there's a lot of things that they'll giggle at. And I think when you add the dynamic of people into it, that's where I think horror comedy in games where it really excels is in that cooperative group project clusterfuck. Every D&D campaign devolves to this sort of chaos. Is really, I mean, think of all like the time playing Among Us during COVID and the utter bullshit that took place with that.
Well, that's comedy horror.
Yeah.
Right?
It is.
It's basically The Thing, but little space beans in space.
Yeah, and again, and I think that's where in games, it's harder with narrative to ensure audience enjoyment across the board because some people will like some things, but where you can hit it is if you create something that is maybe not narrative driven, but is focused on the experience of the players interacting with other players, and I think that's where that succeeds well because it is dependent on the social dynamic.
Repo is another one of those where
I need
it's
to play
very player dependent.
I need to play that.
It's hilarious.
I want
to
play it. I saw something about another game the other day that I have to remember what it was, but I thought of you because it looked like I was reading about it a little bit, and I'm like, this sounds like a Left 4 Dead type game, and I bet it would go over well, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but I will go back and find it because it was like, this sounds like it might be up the right alley for replacement since Left 4 Dead is not safe to play anymore for our computers.
Yeah. Well, if it's Back 4 Blood, I do have that.
It wasn't Back 4 Blood.
Okay.
It was not from them. It was a different franchise. I was surprised when I saw it, but I thought, oh, that actually might work. But I'll circle back and find it because I definitely took a note of it the other day.
Yeah. I was going to say Back 4 Blood is not very fun.
No, it was not Back 4 Blood.
The difficulty starts kind of like this and then just goes like it does a backward C curve.
Yeah.
The difficulty, and it does not give you a plateau on which to climb.
Yeah.
It says no.
Now, here's a funny thing I was just thinking about. Now we're thinking about it as we talk about the experiential element that I think in horror comedy for games is really kind of the key thing that we see working it. I think a crossover between all of those, game and film, is the social experience of horror. Let's be real. Every horror comedy movie, I think we can all safely agree that pretty much any horror comedy movie out there or horror movie is better with friends. We can at least guarantee that most are funnier with friends. Because you're right, it's gonna land a little differently for each person. One person may be scared while another person is laughing hysterically, and in a good social dynamic, that becomes a fun experience for everyone because it creates a balance. Like showing some friends of mine over here Halloween, one who had by their own admission was much more easily scared and grossed out, and me who's seen it all the times, and then everybody kind of in various places in between, resulted in a very fun experience watching Halloween for everybody. Because those of us that weren't maybe as thrown off by the tension or the gore, which there isn't even that much there, but we weren't thrown off as much by the horror aspect, can kind of help balance and embrace the experience for the people who are going to be more scared by it. And, you know, laughing at it helps lighten the mood for them. It's why I said to me, it's important that I be able to, like, if I'm going to watch The Grudge again, or attempt to, we are going to be in a room where if somebody tells me to shut up, I will look at them and go, you shut up. Because I need to be able to laugh, mock, make fun of it, whatever. Because if I can digest it with friends through comedy, then that movie will be a better experience for me. Even though that movie is not meant to be a comedy. And I think it comes back to what horror comedy hits on, again, is the social experience. Shaun of the Dead is better with friends. Zombieland's better with friends. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is better with friends. All of these movies are better with friends.
Yeah. That's very true. One thing that you made me think of is a comparison of say there's like a cross thing from movie to game. And I'll give you an example. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre asymmetrical game. Mm-hmm. And I specify that because I think that there were other Texas Chainsaw Massacre games that exist.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the one made by Gun.
The more recent asym game that came out, yeah.
The one that is being sunsetted. Like a year and a half after it was first made.
They've been sunsetting, didn't they? They also did that to Friday the 13th. It's like
I don't know what they're doing.
It's
there's videos.
Games as a service, basically.
There's videos out there that many people have done talking about why TCM died / is dying, and a lot of it is on Gun.
Yeah.
The company for a lot of the things that they did.
Yeah.
Or didn't do. I should also note. So if anybody's interested in that kind of a deep dive, it's out there. And I think it's a very fascinating exploration into something that had a lot of potential, that a lot of people were hoping would be the thing that could compete with Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like topple the gorilla, but compete with it.
Dead by Daylight's had a lot of time to build up to what it is, so there was not going to be there was no way it was going to overnight be on the same level, but it was one that was going to have the same. When it came out, it had that up and coming energy.
And this is year 9 of Dead by Daylight existing. Mm-hmm. And it has changed incredibly as a game.
Even in the last couple of years, and I mean, I came in only a few years ago, and the amount that it has changed, even more so now because I've had to go long gaps and have been going a really long gap now because DivaBot won't support UE5, so I try to run Dead by Daylight and it crashes immediately.
Yeah.
Poor DivaBot. But yeah, continue.
But to get back to TCM, the movie, it's pretty dark.
Yeah.
That movie, both in lighting and a lot of times because it's nighttime.
Yes.
And in the way that they're handling a lot of like the things that are going on in it, right? A lot of death that happens, which is off screen, but you still really like feel it.
It again wasn't that graphic of a movie for how graphic that gory and slasher that franchise has become. And I mean, the second film was a huge step in that direction.
Yeah. But the original did a lot with a little.
Yeah.
You know, they left a lot of those things to the imagination, and that was a good thing.
Yes.
But but it's not one where you can sit down and laugh at it unless you are a weirdo.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like nowadays, I think if you've seen it enough times and you got friends who are film nerds too,
it's a little,
to gather around, maybe then
there's enough that you can laugh at,
right?
but it's more of a tongue-in-cheek laughter of recognizing the absurdity of some of what it does. Well, you know, like I told you, the whole chase scene when she gets chased by Bubba, and it's like from the moment he chainsaws her brother in the wheelchair, and then he chases her all the way up until when she lands in that gas station, when she runs into that gas station. As I was watching it, it was going on for so long, and this was me by myself, starting to find it hilarious in how absurdly long this chase was. The fact that at night, that she's continuing to scream and run, and also that it's at night, in the dark. The guy's got a fucking chainsaw. This is not like some silenced chainsaw. It is a fucking noisy chainsaw. And that I wanted to be like, girl, if you just shut your mouth and stopped screaming for 2 seconds, he'd never catch you. Because he can't hear, he would not be able to hear you over the chainsaw he's holding. But he can. And so in watching that, I'm sitting there going, you could set this to Benny Hill and it will work. And in fact, I took the scene, sped it up, and set it to Benny Hill. And it works! And I even showed it to my dad, and my dad goes, and I'm like, yeah. And my dad's like, I'd have thought this was straight out of a movie. And I'm like, no, it's not. I added the song on. This is how well it works with this scene. But it's that comedy more of recognizing some of the absurdity now, from a perspective of now.
Yeah.
So
it's like, film friends getting together and then like they see this glorious moment. They're like, yeah.
Yep.
You know? Like having a good time with it.
When
like
Ash
that, right?
puts the chainsaw on his wrist.
Yeah. But if you go from the movie and then you go into the gun asymmetrical game, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you start playing and you realize that there's voice comms so people can talk to each other and whatnot, as well as like it's 3 family members versus 4 survivors. They're called victims in the game. So 3 family members, 4 victims, right? And then you're just running around. The human element makes it comedic.
Yep.
It's really, really silly.
It's like the Dead by Daylight ones.
Exactly. Just like the Dead by Daylight ones. And also, as a person who played pretty much just Bubba in that game, you can't hear people with that chainsaw going. It's real hard.
And that's where I'm like, in the movie, when she sits there screaming, I wanted to be like, ma'am, it is in the middle of podunk nowhere at night. If you just shut up, you wouldn't get chased. She could go hide under a bush and he'd never find her.
Like, the only way that you could hear victims is by using the family killer sense, which turns down most of the audio except for voice lines, so you can hear voice lines when they're close, because characters will say voice lines and they're proximity based, so you can hear like how close or far someone is, their general direction and all that stuff. And you also have communication with your team, which can be very funny as well. Or it could be kind of rude, depending on if somebody knows that you're a TTV person, if you're streaming and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Because just like the internet, there's the occasional person who will be more than happy to drop a song that just says the N-word everywhere.
Yeah. The people who want to be offensive for its own sake because they are trolls.
Yeah. They'll abuse the proximity chat, which you can report and get them banned. But the fact that it happens and it can ruin a stream that's otherwise going well or something like that.
Get you dinged on copyright.
It could ruin a person's day, you know, because people don't want to hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it also can just be, it's a channel for bullying and abusiveness. I mean, all the jokes of, like, people, like, back in the day, I remember even going back into college, people talking about, like, oh, yeah, the kids on Call of Duty who come in and just sit there and insult everybody. And it's just like, yeah, that's why some of us don't use voice chat and those things, because we would rather not give ourselves away.
Yeah. and I don't blame anybody for that.
Mm-hmm.
But like it translates like a more serious film into a game that is really silly.
Yep.
And fun, and there's a lot of heart to give Gunn a little bit of positivity. There's a fair bit of heart and love that they put into it, a lot of references that they throw in there, and they even did a mode, a game mode, where you can explore the house and see all these like extra details and bits of knowledge and stuff about the production of the film, and like all these other little bits and bobs, as well as like solve little puzzles and stuff to get to new areas and such. Like, it's pretty cool.
It's kind of got a little bit of a love letter to the original TCM and what that started in there. Yeah. An appreciation.
And you can kind of feel that. The thing that takes it down is all the problems that Gunn had with the game, as far as like things that they did, things that they didn't do. And I'm not talking about like a balanced perspective per se, where people are like, you need to buff victims, you need to buff family, blah blah blah. I'm talking about like things like problematic employees and stuff.
Problematic behaviors, bad culture.
Not having a consistent production, stuff like that.
And those are just, it's problems ranging from social, cultural problems within the production company itself to bad production, problems that you should not have on a project. That basically kind of like, if you want to trace it to anything, kind of like poor management, because an inconsistent production is also a reflection of bad management.
Yeah. And it felt like there was some pretty bad management involved from everything that I've seen and read and heard. So that's unfortunate, but there's really nothing that can be done about that, and they've sunsetted the game, so
yeah, it kind of becomes it is what it is. As fans, we can express our like or dislike or whatever, but it doesn't, it's just expressing it, and it doesn't mean we shouldn't speak that stuff out and say it. I was talking with someone, another person during my channel the other day, was expressing just kind of some perspective and some really valid takes on, frustration with Capcom and the fact that like a lot of these old school Resident Evil games are sort of losing platforms. And, and I think that's really valid. I think people need to keep saying that stuff, because at the end of the day, look, then this is coming from me having worked in a corporate business side. There's only so much, we're not going to be able to change it and see what's going on inside the corporate head honchos' minds and what business decisions they're making, other than they're making the decisions in favor of business, because these are for-profit companies that are huge. But there are people in those companies who are passionate about the product they produce and about reaching the fans. And even if at the end of the day, it's like, no, there's not much we can do about it, it's there. Keep saying that stuff, though, because enough people say it, maybe that company will eventually hear it and say something. Or it's not that company hears you, but it's the other companies that may hear you and may recognize and say, well, Capcom's not doing it, but we're going to do it. Or Nintendo's not doing it, so we're going to do this. And that it creates avenues for communication. It's not ideal. Trying to get big corporations to listen to us and take feedback as the fans who have been devoted to these games, some of us for decades, is always going to be an uphill battle. And it's just unfortunately the nature of the beast, Yeah. And it's, I mean, even look at games like Dead by Daylight that have gone from being tiny little indie games to being big games. And so now they have some of the same things happen. And we've talked about some of it, like, when they've taken feedback versus when they've not, because this isn't a small company anymore.
Yeah. And it's funny because Behavior, they've put out a lot of other games, some of which I have. One that they put out was called What the Fog.
Love that title.
It's a cutesy little game where you play one of three characters, either Dwight, Claudette, or Feng Min, and you run around and you shoot these monsters. It's kind of like a battle arena. You shoot these monsters until you collect enough of whatever the thing is, and then you find this exit portal, you get your key, and you go to the next level, and then you go through a few bosses, and then once you hit the final level, it ends. They didn't really do too much with that, even though they released it, and they even had it in a they were doing like a Dead by Daylight hour-long stream where they were talking about like updates and stuff like that. And one of the things was What the Fog, and the way that they were presenting it sounded like it was going to be a thing that they were going to like kind of expand upon and build and such, at least a little bit, right? And the amount that it costed was $5. But if you got a key code from them, which you could get within a certain time frame, during the hour, you could get it for free. And I got a copy for free.
There you
so I
go.
started playing it, and I was like, oh, this is pretty fun. I wonder what else they're going to do with it. They didn't really do anything else with it. They just kind of like stopped talking about it.
One of those projects that ended up just dying.
Yeah,
in silence.
It just kind of silently stopped.
Yeah.
And I was a little disappointed in that. There's another one that they made after Dead by Daylight called Death Garden, wherein it's another ASIM. Person A picks a hunter, and then all the other person Bs pick survivors, and it's like the survivors have to do certain goals while the hunter's hunting them in order for them to get out, kind of dealing. Similar to Dead by Daylight, but feels more like Predator than it does Dead by Daylight.
It's more specifically kind of a type of opponent.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I would say Dead by Daylight's a little bit broader.
Yeah. And it didn't do well. They sunsetted it pretty fast.
What was that one called again?
It's called Death Garden.
Death Garden.
It's one word. Yeah, Death Garden Blood Harvest if you need a little more specificity.
Yeah.
They recently sunsetted two others as well. One is called, I'm trying to find it because I have both of them. Islands of Insight. Which, well, that one got sunsetted late last year. I didn't realize that. I thought it just recently got sunsetted. I apologize.
Right.
It's offline only now, but it's this game that has all these islands and whatnot. And with these islands, there's a bunch of puzzles. And the puzzles are different ways of interaction. Like one is lining up a bunch of balls to make like a circle. And then it'll like ding and give you the thing that you need. Right. Or you rotate a cube a certain way. And once you've rotated it correctly, kind of Rubik's Cube style, it dings and you keep going. Right. It's got very, very beautiful visuals and stuff like that. But they sunsetted that as well. And
they love to start projects and then just nope.
And then just kill them. Yeah. And then the one that I am very sad about is called Meet Your Maker. And Meet Your Maker, I was there for the beta when it was initially coming up, because what it promised was a Mario Maker style game from them. Have you played Mario Maker or seen it in any way?
I've seen, I think, little bits of it, but I've never played it.
So you've got it?
I have it on the Wii U.
Oh, okay.
It was
very
fun.
Cool. So for the Voidwalkers who don't know about it, Super Mario Maker is just different types of Mario throughout the ages. Mario 1.
First one does not have 2.
Super Mario World.
Yeah, it's got 1, 3, and World as the and I think new on the original. So
yeah, just any one of those, right? And you can build a level, and other people can play that level to try and beat it and get points. It's a similar theme with Meet Your Maker, but Meet Your Maker's in first person. And so it's got a little bit of a grittier feel to it, right? Because it's post-apocalypse, and your goal as the custodian is to get genetic material, also known as Gen Mat, from wherever you go to raid, right? So the level that you enter into, and then escape. And as a person who builds these levels, you can set up traps and bad guys all throughout who are there before and after the person who's trying to traverse your maze grabs the Gen Mat. So you can have some traps or bad guys or a little both in the beginning, and then once they grab the Gen Mat, you can have more traps and bad guys appear for them to have to deal with on the way out.
Yeah.
It was pretty hard, pretty challenging, and I had a really good time with it overall. The difficulty for me, the thing that made me quit, was there were certain types of maps that were literally built to be, I would call impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Like people found ways to make levels pretty impossible.
Yeah.
If I can ask,
a
question there. So Mario Maker, I know you were only allowed to upload a level for everyone else to play if you yourself could beat it. Did Meet Your Maker have a similar requirement?
No.
Oh dear.
Which would be automatically Lenza. Yeah, it means
you did not have to beat your level to upload your level.
Yeah.
And that was the thing in their first Q&A. I was waiting for them to answer that because that was a common question. And their answer was, no, we're not going to do that because it would stifle creativity. And so that's what made me uninstall the game and never go back.
That ultimately could kill the
And
game too, because it means you get people who are going to go in and just make impossible levels for the sake
Yeah.
of making impossible levels.
Yeah. And so because of that, I never went back. And it made me really sad because I bought in on that game early and I loved that game. I had a really good time with it for the most part as I was playing it. And then that happened and I'm like, people are just going to just do that. And there were balance issues with that because builders had to depend on raiders going in and dying a lot to get points. And raiders, not only did raiders have to go in and like the better that they completed the level, the more points they got, but you could go in with a friend, which was a cool idea on paper. But when you and your friend are both bringing basically the same stuff that makes it pretty easy to traverse through most problems, and you can res one another all you wanted, it didn't matter a builder.
That's not
so
balanced.
either you have a friend and you just like curb stomp anything in your path, or you're a builder and you make the impossible thing, and solo players just can't do it.
It's basically tanked too much in both directions, depending on how you play. But it ends up being like, too much of a hack to get through this.
Yeah, and it has really cool aesthetics, really cool like cosmetics, like really cool design of custodians and whatnot, and like the idea of the story was pretty great, but it just did that, and it sucks. So they sunsetted it. So getting back to the idea of sunsetting things.
And then circling way back, because this is the most attention deficit episode we have ever done, and we need to make I'm count.
So sorry.
Oh no, I mean, you did it, I did it, we've all done it. I feel like we need a counter now of how many times we got off topic this episode.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's just that when I think about Dead by Daylight and I think about Behavior and I think about all the other games that they've just sunsetted,
it's sad. It's sad.
It sucks.
It does.
Because it really... Okay. I don't want to shit on them as a game company. There are things that they have issues with that they need to fix. Absolutely. Yes. Every company does.
Exactly.
There are some things that I think that they particularly need to fix. But setting that aside, I think that there are good things that they can do. I think that there are experiments that they try. But beyond the one successful thing, they haven't really put anything out that's terribly successful.
It's like
And
they
that
haven't
kinda
figured out.
also says a lot.
Yeah. It speaks to they had a really solid singular vision with Dead by Daylight, and it's continued to evolve and be effective. It
And
seems
even
like they're struggling to land on something else.
And even then, when it comes to Dead by Daylight, whenever that comes to things like collaborations or something like that, it's very hit or miss.
It is.
Like, I think their biggest hit was Hooked on You, their romance simulator, where you could date one of the killers, right? Granted, they didn't do any like DLC or anything of it, but people loved it nonetheless. Like, it was like you could date Huntress, Spirit, Trapper, or Wraith, and there were little Easter eggs and stuff in there, and it was very cute, very fun. And they could have done a little more with that, but they collaborated with the same people who did I Love You, Colonel Sanders, the KFC dating sim. And then there's the collaboration with the people who did Until Dawn, which is another horror game. Yeah, Supermassive. Thank you. Well known for Until Dawn, well known for their kind of style of game creation where choices matter, horror games. They made the casting of Frank Stone. And people were really hype about it. People were really excited when this was announced and whatnot. And I think they had like a year and a half or something like that before they were releasing. You can beat the game in like 4 hours.
Oh, geez.
And there's really not much deviance past that. So there's not much incentive to do replay unless you're achievement hunting. And like...
Given Supermassive's workload, I can definitely see how that could happen on something that's kind of a licensed title too.
Yeah.
Cause like,
but like it's supposed to be like a story set in that universe that they could tell with the framing of like a group of kids, kind of like Super 8, where they're doing a film project together and whatnot, and like shit happens. But I and many, many others expected way more for the price value, which I believe, let me check. It went down?
I mean, if it's been some time since its release, that probably just...
Oh no, it's on special promo.
Oh, okay.
It's a $40 game.
Shit, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
$10 an hour.
Yeah, $10 an hour. The deluxe edition is $50, so more than $10 an hour.
A lot of money for what sounds like not a lot of payoff.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Be better, game companies. Be better.
Yes,
but horror comedy horror comedy and what we are proving to be the most distraction laden episode. I love this. I love it. We have been on a lot of tangents on this episode, which I think just lends to the comedy of our own episode here. Because we are well, I'm going to circle us back though, because I think we've covered a lot with horror comedy, but I want to close us with, of course, because we love asking questions of favorites and recommended. So I want to hear top 3 horror comedy films, your go-tos.
Comedy films,
yeah. I think since that's been most of our conversation.
Okay. Obviously Tucker and Dale versus Evil is up there. Golly, what else?
It's still not an easy question to answer, even if you have one figured out. It's like,
Well, I'm trying to like go through a Rolodex it's kind of challenging.
Mental Rolodex, I love it.
Scary movie. I'll put Scary Movie in there. Because Cindy and Brenda are the best.
Did you run from Callista Flockhart?
Exactly. And golly, I don't know. Oh, one that we didn't talk about. And shame on me for not bringing it up. It's one of my favorites. And I know it's not a film. It's a TV series. Only 2 seasons though. It stopped after that. Scream Queens.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna come to Scream Queens. As soon as you said TV
Scream
series,
Queens.
I was like, it's gonna be Scream Queens. Very horror comedy. I still need to watch. I've seen like the first episode. I need to go back and.
I love that show.
I need to get a Hulu account so I can watch it. Because, damn. I mean, come on. It's all in the title.
And you do. We're gonna have to watch it and have an episode where we talk about it.
Yes. I love it.
How about you, Liz?
Oh, okay. So for me, as we've talked through it, it's so funny because I'm going to say Shaun of the Dead is right there because that's probably the horror comedy it's not the one I've actually watched the most. And to that end, I will say Young Frankenstein. I'm going to throw it right in there. I mean, it's gothic horror comedy because it's not what I would say horror in the conventional way, but Frankenstein is a gothic horror book. So there you go. Let's roll with that. And I love it. I'm a huge fan of Mel Brooks. Love it. Love these movies. They're my happy place. Shaun of the Dead. And then a third one gets difficult because I bounce around a lot of other movies, but don't really settle on any one. I would probably say I am somewhere between. I'm probably somewhere between. And even though I've seen Willy's Wonderland once. But then I also love Little Shop of Horrors. And so I'd say I'm kind of between those two for horror comedy. Because I've seen Little Shop of Horrors more. That's one of my Halloween traditions. And it's delightful. But there is also something that really scratches an itch with me with Willy's Wonderland. Even though I've only seen it once because I only managed to find it on streaming once. But it's just this makes me happy. This makes me happy. I'm also going to throw out a shout out to an honorable mention of movies of sorts because it's not actually the movie itself that is horror comedy. It's a special feature with it. Resident Evil Apocalypse cast commentary for Resident Evil Apocalypse. So the whole movie with the cast commentary, which was Mila Jovovich, Oded Fehr, and Sienna Gilroy, which is Alice, Carlos, and then Sienna's audio. I've watched it a couple times. Her audio is definitely recorded separately. She was Jill Valentine in that movie, but her audio, you can tell she's not actually talking to the other two, so she was recorded on a separate occasion, but they cut it up with that. I'm gonna throw that under honorable mention of horror comedy because that is the single most entertaining cast commentary for a movie. I have watched it more than once because it is so fucking hilarious. Especially because Mila Jovovich and Oded Fehr are just being utterly ridiculous watching the movie. They're telling stories too, and so it's really funny because you'll get so-and-so on screen or a zombie or, oh yeah, so-and-so, he came over, I had dinner with this. But then there's also at one point she's eating a sandwich and he's making fun of her. The lickers show up on screen and she goes, puppies! I brought my dogs in! They are just literally cracking jokes the entire time. And interlaced with stories from production. And then they cut that with Sienna's commentary, which is more about loving, exploring the character of Jill and Resident Evil. And it's very sweet. And hers is very sweet, but it makes a great breakup. It is the single most entertaining cast commentary I've ever watched. And I adore it. And there are bits from it that just have stuck in my head ever since then. And then you go watch if you go watch the bloopers for that movie, it's like, yeah, I believe that this cast commentary is just a little peek into the utter chaos and, like, shenanigans that took place making this movie. Like, they had fun making that movie. When you come across a blooper that is a bunch of actors in a car leaning together because, it's the old Star Trek thing of we're gonna shake the camera and you need to move with the camera or something, and the actor's going, meow, meow, meow. It's hard not to laugh. So there you go.
All right. How about you, E?
Oh, it is hard for me. So mine might be a little unconventional. I might be stretching things a bit. So first off, for the closest ones to the genre topic, then Dead Rising 2. I just love
movies or games.
This is for game. This is for it's. This
Okay,
because
we were doing movies.
I'm
okay, you're doing a mix. Okay,
I'm doing a mix.
Well, to be fair, I did a TV show.
You did do a TV show. Yeah, and I did throw out a cast commentary, so.
I've got a game, I've got a movie, and I've got a show. Right. Dead Rising 2, all the zany shit you can get up to in that. Plus, obviously, it does have some serious elements, but it's this wonderful blend. It makes it so three-dimensional, and so it doesn't feel like it's just, it's not just zany all the time, so that three-dimensionality really sells me, especially in those moments where, maybe I do want something a little more than just the catharsis of running through a horde of the undead with a pitchfork mounted onto a shotgun as a bayonet. Now, I think it's not quite horror comedy, but I can never really extricate it in my own mind. Ghostbusters 2. And maybe in a way it's because I saw that when I was a little kid when it hit VHS.
That's fair.
And it's for me, there's a lot of moments in there that are obviously the comedy is there, but there's a lot of things that scared me in there as a kid, especially in ways that you don't really think of as horror, because I really liked the Ghostbusters. I loved Ray, Winston, Peter, Egon in the real Ghostbusters. So I love those characters and saw the movie. And it's for me, one of the scariest things in that film at the time was they go down into the old subway, the old abandoned areas of the subway where it's 1800s, 1900s construction, where all the pink ecto slime is flowing. And they all go through a dunk in there. That was tense enough as it was, but it was the way it affected them that scared the hell out of me, because they the thing about that slime in the movie is it exacerbates all emotional resonance. So they're pissed. The city's pissed. It's a whole thing of these characters I love. They run into this fancy restaurant to try and find Peter, and I always forget Sigourney Weaver's character's name in the first two films. But they storm in on their date. They're dressed in nothing but pajamas because they've had to shed all of their clothing that got soaked. So they're just wearing the pajama undergarments, and they're still dripping from head to toe in this shit. And they're bickering with each other, angry, pissed, and it's a subtle kind of horror, but watching characters you love be kind of slightly twisted in this way into fighting each other based on the smallest petty grievances that are exploding into these great big ones was terrifying. And as an adult now that I look back at it, it's that's a fascinating way to me to encapsulate horror elements, is that twisting of the self.
Mm-hmm.
And then
captures anxiety.
It does. It
Honestly.
really does. And so last one, TV series. It has horror elements, and other parts of it are definitely more horror and more strange and fantasy, but Twin Peaks. the first 2 seasons, and
Mhm.
they're like the cast and crew of that show, and directed by David Lynch and written by Mark Frost, like do a phenomenal job of blending goofiness and horror in the most fascinating ways that never feels like they are contradictions of each other. They feel like a cohesive whole within the world. It's like you can have this horrific murder that they're looking into in one moment that is the driving course for those first 2 seasons. And then here we in the course of this investigation, we've got to go to a veterinary hospital and there's a fucking llama. And we're just going to interact with the llama for a bit. Or Dale Cooper's investigative methods being steeped so much in sort of like white people understanding of Far East mysticism, quote unquote, TM copyright. Where he's like, I picked this up from like Tibetan methods, and it's like it's throwing rocks at bottles as they name off different suspects in the case. And then swerving into like the horror of we have a character who's an abusive husband and he's a real shithead, and I forget how he gets this way, but he gets a major traumatic brain injury, and then for like the next few episodes of season 2, he is a vegetable, and his wife and her boyfriend are treating him like absolute shit just to like get revenge on him for being such a shitty asshole. And then, oh, yeah, one I have to say, we've mentioned Sam Raimi a lot on this podcast so far.
He's gotten a major. He's had a very impactful role on horror.
I would like to bring in. I would like to bring into this one for a moment within Twin Peaks. It's a bit part. His brother, Ted Raimi, in the way of comedy. So season 2, after the murder case is solved, they have to find a way to keep the show going. So it kind of turns into like a Hannibal Lecter-esque thing with Dale's former partner and mentor. And I forget his name, but he is going around killing folk just to get at Dale. And one of the things he does is he sets up in Twin Peaks and like kills this like kind of stoner drifter guy played by Ted Raimi. And what does he do? What does he do to demonstrate this? Well, he and Dale have had this kind of chessboard thing going where he's been challenging him to chess as a way to test his mettle and his intelligence. And so, as an allusion to this game they've been playing, he takes Ted Raimi's corpse. Not a corpse yet, actually. He's still alive when he starts this and has no idea what's being done to him. Puts him in this giant chicken wire sculpture and then starts paper macheing around it to turn him into like a chess piece. And then puts him on display with a face hole cut out in the middle of a park. And it's like, again, it's the absurdity, the mixture of comedy and horror together here in this absurd fashion. But I mean, it'll put a lot of people off because it's weird, it's strange. But to me, it's like, it's Twin Peaks. It feels of a piece with this world. It's incredibly dumb, but this is a world where incredibly dumb, on the nose bullshit can happen. So those are my 3: Dead Rising, Ghostbusters, or Dead Rising 2, Ghostbusters 2, and Twin Peaks. The first 2 seasons, but specifically in this regard.
There we go. Huh.
Yeah.
Which proves, I think, what we've kind of come to is the subjectivity of horror comedy.
Yes.
There is a highly subjective nature, because I think this is one of the few times where there has been no consensus. Like, there's like little bits of overlap, like in just conversation and observation, but I think this is probably one of the wider gaps in various of what hits as a favorite versus, oh yeah, that's good, but that's not my favorite. So, I love it.
I do need to see Dracula Dead and Loving it sometime.
You do. We're doing a watch party of that. You need...
Mina,
you are in the closet.
It's a little more ribald, but like there's a scene that in that sticks out in my mind, especially because watching the Tokusatsu network that Shout Factory runs. Shout Factory also has the disc release rights for Dracula Dead and Loving It, so they would show that ad all the time for the Blu-ray. And you talked before about how Steven Weber's character is incredibly sexually repressed.
He's so constipated.
And for me, it's the scene where Lucy is trying to come on to him. And it's like, but Lucy, I'm British. And then she immediately goes, and she is like very voluptuously dressed. I will leave it at that. And then she goes, so are these.
Yes. There is a beauty to the way Mel Brooks says some of these things. It puts these in here. And you just go, I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, folks, I think we have thoroughly exhausted comedy horror for now, at least.
For now.
I guarantee we'll think of more later because we've pretty much thought of more later with every single episode we've done of this. Oh, but on that note, Dave, where can our dear Voidwalkers find you if they are not looking in the confabulation station?
Yes. Y'all can find me at twitch.tv/sheriff_Flynn and on YouTube at Sheriff Flynn with 3 F's. Don't forget that. How about you, Liz? Where can they find you?
So I can be found Twitch as well, Lady Hyacinth 57. That's Lady Hyacinth as in the flower, 57. And I do have a YouTube channel under the same name, but right now there are maybe 2 videos up there. I'm slowly transferring a bunch of my media over from Twitch. So a lot of Resident Evil gaming happening right now. At least at the time that we're recording this. E, where can our viewers, our Voidwalkers, find you?
Right now, as we speak, I have made it to the west coast of America on my Twitch stream of Death Stranding 1. You can find
West Coast
that.
is best coast.
Well, right now I had to cross a giant belt of ghost tar, and that place is also sort of destroyed. So, it's seen better days. It's not Iceland, though. That'll make sense if you know more about Death Stranding. But anyway, you can find that over at twitch.tv/Lanzalencia. That's with a Z, not with an S. And over on YouTube as well, Lanzalencia on YouTube, where I have the VODs from the Twitch streams, and also there's a few non-stream things there, that some kind of video shit posts I've done and things that I like to edit. By the time
and then
go
ahead.
By the time this goes up, the Death Stranding run should be done, and I'll have hopefully started either the Strider series of streams or dived into Ghostbusters Remastered.
Be exciting.
Very nice.
Exciting. And Voidwalkers, if you are looking to chat more with us, we accept feedback, questions, suggestions. Just note that if you are a dick, we reserve the right to ignore you. But we are happy to take any insight, feedback, or if you have a suggestion for a future episode, or just an observation about something. Like if we said, something and you're like, oh, I agree with that, or I don't agree, or I want to talk about this or something, let us know your own experiences, what your favorite comedy horrors are. What is the comedy horror that you like to watch when you need a laugh that also is possibly a little bit violent and terrifying? But you can reach out to us on our email, theconfabulators@gmail.com. And we also have a Twitch channel, the Confabulation Station, right?
The Confabulation Station.
You look us up at twitch.tv/theconfabulation station. So keep an eye out for content there. Give us a follow there, as well as on our personal accounts, because, we all support each other.
That's right.
Hey, I've almost
Community
hit 25
support.
followers.
Yay!
Oh, nice.
And I discovered I have a bunch of followers in Europe, which I was not expecting, and I love you all for it. But please follow our Twitch channel, follow our personal channels, And then please follow and subscribe and leave us a review. Whatever platforms you're listening on, or if on YouTube, share, review. We love to hear back from you all.
Yeah, especially 5 stars. We like those the most.
Mm-hmm. If you don't leave us 5 stars, at least tell us something we can improve on, too.
Mm-hmm.
Be constructive.
Yep.
But we'd rather 5 stars.
I'll also accept Kaneki.
Anyway. Yes. Anyway.
Gary says we share the love.
Yes. I'm Dave.
I'm Liz.
I'm E.
Yay! Shout out to E as our amazing editor, folks. And we are the Confabulators, folks. We love y'all for being here. We appreciate y'all. And until next time, folks, peace out.
The Confabulators is hosted by Liz Strauss and David Bockenkamp. Editor is E.W. Klein. Theme music is Oh Heavens by Cassidy B. Composer and artist, cbrva.card.co.